Hello, welcome to the 24 T2 tournament of Line War. Now we won't be covering the group stage of the tournament unless they randomly come up, but we will be covering the final stage, which includes round 1 and 2, the semi-finals and the finals. Now round 3 and 4, the semi-finals and finals, are going to be multiple battles per video, as they are a best of 3. But the first 2 rounds are best of 1, so we're just covering 1 battle per video. And I know there was a system of extra lives involved, where the player could nullify the battles and then basically get an extra chance to stay in the tournament. But I'm not going to cover any of those nullified matches, and just stick to what was specifically relevant to the tournament. So here we have round 1, Bantos versus Realbug, also known as Crypto. Bantos has started in the lower left side of the map. So he's starting with 2 airfields, a factory, and he's got a town over there for some extra economy, and he's expanding the map. And he does have the energy to support that many airfields, as there are 2 energy wells almost instantly available to him. But that will slow down his expansion, as he won't have as many ground units, but he will be able to better protect them when he encounters the enemy. As for Realbug or Crypto, he's crossed the water, so he has a group of units behind Bantos over there. Not that he knows where Bantos started exactly, but he's got an airfield to help with commandos. By the looks of it, he's got the commandos being produced there in the barracks next to it. And he's got a factory there as well. Now, he's getting transport jets, but I am a bit concerned for Crypto because he hasn't actually got any energy available to him. The closest one is actually in the ocean, unless I've missed one, which is not impossible. Okay, so let's see how this battle plays out. We've got Bantos moving in over here. They are slowly getting closer to each other. But down here, we've got Crypto, who's sending most of his units all the way to the right. He's collecting all those territories first. I assume that's because he knows Bantos had to start on the left side of the map. He doesn't know where, but he's trying to keep that engagement on this side for as late as possible. He's just collecting everything backwards, and then he's going to push through later on. He wants to get discovered later rather than sooner. But it looks like Bantos is going to be scouting the area with a tank. He's sending a tank all the way down this way. So he will find out fairly soon if he sticks to that. And I just saw a white line go across then. These commandos are going to cross over this way onto this island over here. It's going to be a lot of economy. He's going straight for the energy well, which negates what I was saying earlier about me being worried for his energy, because I was thinking about this one. So you'd have to get it through the water, but that's not the case. He is going to be able to have one here and one here later, but he's going straight for the towns. He's thinking about economy as well. So Crypto will have a lot of potential when it comes to economy than Bantos, I think. I mean, Bantos doesn't have much potential here. He's got no cities. He's got one down here, but he doesn't know that Crypto's also there as well. And he's got one up here that he could get, but that's going to be a lot later. It looks like Crypto's going to get them a lot sooner than Bantos will. There is a little engagement going on here. Bantos has just sent 1 unit off to try and see the opponent, and he's bringing him back now. So, the first engagement was a unit running off, firing a few, and then coming back. He's switched out from the transports to helicopters now. He's got 1 transport, so he's going to be using the helis a lot to advance, which seems to be a very popular use. I prefer strikers, but then I see most people using helicopters. So we're getting a bit of defense set up in the mountains, which is a good idea, but the enemy has artillery, so they could just shoot from a distance. But it does force most of the units to go around. The artillery are moving forward. We're keeping a front line of infantry to protect those artillery though. And Crypto is just trying to catch these guys so they don't end up going off and expanding. I think he's trying to cut him off to stop him gaining some extra territories and a city. So he's going to be pushing a bit. He's moving in some SAM as well. That's only 2 though, and we do have quite a lot of bombers here, but those are better at destroying structures. So I think Bantos is trying to save those up for a bit more of... No, he's not. He's going in now. I thought he was going to wait until he's got a few more and try and send them in. He's got perfectly enough right now. He's got 6 against 2 SAM. Those SAM are not going to be able to survive very well against those. And a tank is moving in around the back. And I do wonder what happened to that tank earlier, that if he sent down there. I will just check that in a minute. That those bombers are tearing up that front line. It looks like Bantos has won the first engagement. There isn't much left for Crypto to defend with. But he definitely needs these SAM units. He's going to probably protect with these helicopters on the ground, and the SAM are going to have to protect those structures, because if Bantos finds them, that's going to be a bit of a problem. He's fairly undefended right now. Crypto has also been discovered down in the south, where there is also a barracks here to help with the expansion. But that's not going to be enough against these two over here. We've got the bombers moving in now. He knows because he's expanded here that he must have came up this way, so he's going straight up into these mountains. And he sent them all off in different directions, but he's got them defended, the SAM in the mountains here, which, because they're on the mountains as well, they've got extra defense. So they are going to be a lot tougher to kill. That was a very good decision there. These bombers are going to have to really group together. I wonder, if I press tab, does that still do it? Yeah. Pressing tab shows the range of the air units from the airfield. And if I switch over to real bug... No, it doesn't show it. I don't know why. Stick to Bantos, and now he's pushing his units through over here. I was thinking if he used strikers, he could strike the structures, like literally set a target on them, but the bombers don't do that. So he'd actually bring the bombers down in this section over here. We've got SAM being produced, and there is some SAM on the ground. But the more SAM he has to produce over here as well. This is a good situation for Bantos, because he's got the air units. He can just strike at different places, and the more the enemy focuses on SAM units, the more the ground units are going to be able to push through. But there's a tank just holding off in the back over here. Up in the north we have a defensive line over here, but they're not defended by SAM units. It looks like these helicopters are going to be doing a lot of damage. It doesn't look like Bantos... Oh, he's bringing some units in now, some SAM. He's got 3. They will help against those helicopters, but at the minute there's not much you can really do against them. The ground units do fire at them, and it will go down eventually. You can see it's taken a fair amount of damage. But, oh, he's got interceptors instead. So those interceptors are behind, just trying to wait for the helicopters to move in. The Crypto's actually struggling with the energy. It's... Just have a quick look over here. He does have an energy well now. And those bombers are moving in from the north, so he's sent those SAM over that way, so he's brought them in this through the top. And he's having a retreat as well, because those SAM are doing a very good job at taking them out. We don't have much left. We've got the interceptors moving down over here onto this section, but they're being attacked very soon. I feel like he built this, set the... how many he wanted to go there, and then when it built, it sent some down there, and that is not a good time for those things to move down. Helicopters are protecting down here as well. Up in this section, the defensive line is pretty much just being a meat wall at the minute. Got mostly artillery and helicopters attacking it, so it's just holding them off basically with their HP. And also, Crypto got a couple of units up here. I assume that was from the transport jet. But they are being approached very quickly, so I don't think they're going to last too much longer. They're setting up a defense. Most of this is SAM though, so it's not going to do well against the ground. Down in the south, Crypto is making a push. He's got some strike commands on these structures, and the infantry may just take at least one of them out. It's pretty much infantry backed up with SAM. We've got commandos even moving in and dropping down on this structure over here. Completely avoiding the SAM in this section. One structure does go down. Commandos are very good at taking out the structures, so I'm guessing that structure's gone for 2. I'm just going to quickly check the north. I can see there's 2 defensive lines set up now. But fortunately for Crypto, most of his defense is artillery, and they're getting a few free kills over here. And that'll just keep continuing. As units come by, it'll just fill in these gaps, and those kills will just keep happening. But it looks like Crypto is the one to retreat a little. He's got a nice little formation over here. Even the SAM in the south are making a push, and the artillery are staying behind the SAM. I think that was just a little bit of an error there. There we go, he sorted them out. SAM are moving up there. We've got the artillery pushing in on this way, and we've got quite a bit of production being set up in this section. And there's industry over here being built, so that's a bit of an economy boost for Crypto. But those bombers are finding an exposed base over here. The Sam are forced to retreat, but the bombers got their damage in. Even though they didn't get any kills, the repairs will cost money. But there's been a push made onto this defense right now, and that's a lot of infantry up in this section here. He's got them on move commands. They're trying to push through, and they're going to come around the back, I think. So, the infantry were on blue commands, got the artillery mostly on the orange commands. And he's just taken out the defense pretty well there. That was really good formations. Or movements. And we've got some commandos in over here as well. I think he nearly forgot about them as they were starting to take it, which has revealed their position. He's now moving them away, and they're going for the energy well at the back there. The defensive line has been defeated here, and Crypto is free to push in through this section now, which is going to force Bantos to fight from his main location in 2 fronts now. I feel like those commandos are going to get that kill before Bantos can really reply to that. Still doing some commando harassments while pushing in with the main force. We've got a lot of tanks forming over here. And because they're in the mountains, they're going to be a bit stealthed. Though these 3 won't be. So it looks like there's 3 tanks, and they're going to push through very soon. They're going now. Bantos does have a fair amount of energy, but they're not going to be able to move for long. That's a lot of tanks. Especially if he wants to move his air force as well. But I'm assuming he's going to have to hold off from that. This is a pretty devastating push. He's got them on move command, fast commands, so they're just going to move right through them until he changed them. Now he's changed them back. So those tanks just really push through and devastated most of that front force. The bombers are moving in as well, which is going to make his energy struggle. You can see his energy is draining really fast. And those tanks are pushing in through the main section here. He's getting into Crypto's base. I'm just going to quickly check what's happening down here. Crypto's making a good expanse towards the base, so Bantos really needs to have a bit of success up here. We're getting some movement over here as well. Instead of using the jets, getting the transport boats to move across the top section, get into the top of Crypto there. And unfortunately, Bantos has run out of energy, which means his tanks are a bit of sitting ducks here. But he really needs them to jump on these structures right now and start taking them out. Let's have a quick look at the economy. We've got 900 from Bantos, but Crypto must be doing a little bit better. 1,500. So Crypto is doing a lot better when it comes to the economy. That's mostly because of this extra island he's got over here. And the tank's trying to jump on some structures. One does go down, the other's probably going to go down if they're in range. Yep. Helicopters are going to take them out pretty well. There's nothing really to deal with them at the moment, and Crypto's forces are moving towards Bantos' base. This feels like mostly a response because he's got them on attack commands rather than capture commands, so he's trying to get them in a little bit faster. So Bantos has been eliminated. Crypto, or Realbug in this case, is the victor. Also, don't forget to subscribe, because if the tournament's still on, I'll be still releasing the videos for it. And if not, I'll still be releasing videos for other Line War matches. Either way, if you enjoyed this, you'll enjoy those. This is the second match of the tournament as far back as we're covering on this channel. But today we're watching Akamisc in blue versus Mr. Defense Line, or Kartoffelman, in red. So it looks like AKA is going for a town for a bit of economy, as well as a factory, 2 barracks, an airfield, and also a navy yard. So with the positioning, it actually seems like both players are doing fairly similar to what happened in the first battle of the tournament, except unfortunately Kart couldn't cross the water like Crypto did in the previous battle. So for now he's going for a bit of industry, 4 barracks, and an airfield. And as he's expanding across the map, he seems to be saving some money for one more town. Okay, so I'm finding it interesting. Okay, so we can see helicopters are being built over here, which is going to help over in this section later on, I'm sure. It looks like Kart is sending up his units in towards this section. But we got a boat coming in over here to cross over into this island. We never saw any action on this island last time, but maybe we will today, because it looks like Kart's getting some commandos. I can only assume that's for this island or harassment. And they're off as well. Does he have any energy? He's building the energy now, so that should be perfectly fine. We've got a destroyer going up into this section here. That's going to be the first encounter, I would have thought. We do have this section over here, though. Half of the infantry are moving up into this section, while the other half are still capturing territories down here. And so far, it's just fairly peaceful exploring. We've got the helicopters moving into... well, helicopter moving into position right now. And the destroyers notice there's no town there, they're moving away. So it's a good job Cart built this town instead. Though I say that a bit early, he's building something to go there. And if that's a cruiser that goes there, then no, it's going to be able to reach that. But depends on what he decides. Got a bit of a fight over here. Cart definitely has more units in this area right now. Blue is deciding to retreat further away. I don't know if he's going to set up a defense yet. He's got artillery coming in behind. And we got 2 helicopters now, and there is absolutely no anti-air. Not only is there no anti-air, the only anti-air he could build are interceptors right now. He does have a factory being constructed, and that may start with the SAM first. And it will do. So he's going straight into SAM there to try and take on these helicopters. We've got a factory being placed very aggressively on the front lines. So AKA is confident that they can win this engagement here. Do want to see, because I assume commandos will drop in. Yep, dropping in this section here for the energy wow. Unknowing of the danger that they are in, potentially. Now this main engagement over here is taking place on top of these hills. And there is, unfortunately for Cart, a town right here that's going to need to be protected. I suppose the same goes for AKA with a factory here. And we've got 3 helicopters moving in, and they're going to take out these SAMs before they can really do anything. I feel like he needs to switch into interceptors, because those helicopters may just strike this factory to stop those SAMs being produced. On the bright side though, Cart is doing decent with territories, but it looks like he's going to lose some in this section, as AKA is moving his units up into there to try and capture territories. He's got units down here, and he's capturing in the ocean as well. And does have that island to the right, which I'm going to try to keep an eye on. But I feel like a lot of the engagements is going to happen over here. As they're moving in quick, I'm just going to quickly see what's going on over here. We are having a bit of an engagement. 2 commandos versus 3, but there's 3 barracks versus 2. We'll just have to see how that plays out afterwards. Over in this section, Cart does still keep this factory. I'm surprised AKA hasn't targeted it. Maybe he didn't see it yet. I'm pretty sure he would have. Let's just quickly check his range. He can see it, so I'm assuming that's going to be a target soon. I think he wants to build up the helis first, or maybe just get in there. To be fair, he has enough ground forces, and because they're producing SAM, it's hindering his ability to take on these artillery. We do have the helicopters now, though, so I think maybe he's stuck because he can't build this one, or feels unsafe to do so. I'm guessing Cart's going to be struggling with energy soon. He does have energy somewhere. Where is Cart's energy? Oh, it's up there, right in the top. So Cart has energy, but it is going to be in danger very soon. So you may want to use those helicopters while he still has it. But yeah, those SAMs are literally running away, but they're being picked off by both infantry and helicopters, and now the defense is going to have to be set up further back. He's lost the town and the factory. And we have anti-air over here, so he's going to really struggle even if he does use these helicopters. They seem to be moving it into the top, and they are probably going to be trying to protect this energy well. But because he's lost his only factory, the only defense he can use is infantry, and against artillery, that's not really going to be as effective. He definitely needed to use the helicopters on these artillery and then bring them back to try to avoid the SAM. But it's a good job he sent them up into the north, because now these missile ships are coming into this section. They're not actually going to be able to hit very well, so the SAM are moving up into that section instead. But those helis are unfortunately forced to move in like this, I think. There we go, he's moving his units in. They're on move commands, they're going to be on aggressive commands. They're going to be trying to shoot anything they come across. But he's got a lot of infantry here now. As they finish off expanding up there, they're being pushed into this section here. We do have the helicopters sticking around, but there is SAM being produced now. Finally getting a factory behind the main area. But will these infantry be enough for the helicopters to take it out? I think they will. As the SAM have been taken out, the missile ships are out of range. I feel like Kart's got the upper hand in this section. And he does take out this engagement here. So we've got more units coming in. And as they calm down a little, I wanted to check over here. And Mr. Defense Line, or Kart, has been successful. But there are a few stragglers roaming around. Or at least just one by the looks of it. And they're going to be moving up here to try and set up something in the distance. So it will be interesting if that one person can set up a new location for him. So artillery are putting up a defense here, a small one, but it's there. Helicopters are just picking off the stragglers. I think Kart wants to build up some anti-air first, but unfortunately he's just too far forward. And it looks like those helis are going to pick it off before it can wait for another one to come in. And AKA is building up a nice force over in this section, and I think it's unfortunate that Kart's got mostly infantry because they're going to really struggle. Which sounds weird coming from me because I do like using a lot of infantry when I play. And Kart was able to keep this area. He's lost his energy well, though he does still have an energy well somewhere. I assume that's back on the other island. I think we saw it actually. But the industry is under attack, being protected by those helicopters. The engagement's back on over here. And we've got a move command. They're trying to get into the back, which they do seem to be taking a lot of damage for that one. The helicopters are moving in over here. I think those infantry are trying to stop the SAM moving in as the helicopters pick off the individuals in this section here. And AKA being very aggressive once again, building more barracks right on this front line here. Trying to keep up that pressure in this choke point. And the helicopters are about to go down. Those SAMs do manage to pick them off quite nicely. Just wanted to check around the map to see what else is going on. I think a couple of stragglers down here managed to get taken out. But that one individual, did he get away? I don't think he did. I think he died. We can now focus on this section now, I think. So the artillery are being built now for Kart. He's still building mostly SAM now. So I think he's just doing half and half. We're getting SAM literally facing off against SAM over here. Above the SAMs. The artillery armed. I do feel like AK has definitely got the upper hand at this moment, but but defense line is doing a good job at keeping up some pressure. I do feel like it might be better off trying to set up more defenses in this section instead. This is a nice little choke point to hold off, and you can get some better sort of trades in this area. But I guess the problem for Kart with that is he doesn't control the ocean, so if he did try and do that, he'd have to worry about that section. He'd have to build like a defense line, like sort of here, instead of curving it around to the edge. Up in this section, it's once again been cleared out by AKA. And it looks like that's what he's doing. He's trying to avoid getting too close to the coast over here. And he separated this defense line, so these artillery are going to spread out more in there. So they'll cover more area, but they just won't be as dense. We've got some Bantos being dropped in this section, and they're trying to sneak around the back and take out anything they find that will help the economy. Just quickly check over here as we're there anyway. There's a lot of infantry. Stop production over there, which is good. And AKA is nearly spread around across the bottom of the map there. Infantry putting up a defense to block for the artillery to shoot over. But they've just dug in, so that will help hold them off for a little bit, but they have taken some damage in doing that. So that was a good time for AK to try and attack and break through this. Especially with the force that he's got there already and the backup he can get. He's trying to get some infantry to move around the side. He spotted the commandos though. Those helicopters are moving in to try and take those out, which he's done a very good job of, and he's even sending the interceptor because they're very good at spotting stealth units. Kart can see the infantry trying to rush around the side there, and he's just trying to place anything in there, which I think he's trying to spread out his units too much. He might have just wanted to go for some infantry, because the artillery are now trying to move away from this front section. But they are getting some more guys coming in now anyway, so... the formations in this are doing really good. We can see how the players are trying to poke holes around the edges and trying to use the different types of units in the right way. Unfortunately for Kart though, he's lost all of his frontline infantry except for this guy over here. They're trying to get in there again and try and protect the artillery. But I do think Kart is losing this front line right now. And he's still trying to deal with the harassments in the back of his base at the same time. And I do wonder, he's building more transport boats over here by the looks of things. He's getting them in, and he's going to cross over in this section here. He's got a few units set up for that, and I believe he's going to try and do it again later over here. He's already got another one coming across. Taking over this tiny island. And yeah, there's a navy yard that's just been caught off, which is really unfortunate for Kart there, because he's just trying to find a way to get through. And AKA is doing a very good job at preventing any efforts to try and sneak around the backs and stuff. We got a city coming, though that will boost Kart's economy. Kart is just continuously being pushed back. I'll have a look at their economy at the moment. We got 1,200 from red, and blue has 1,500, so blue is ahead in economy. And I can see the boats crossing over in this section down in the bottom here. But Kart will spot this. He's got a group of units over there, and he's got a rocket. I didn't even see that getting built. And that is hit perfectly at the right time. He's lost quite a few units there. But he did have some units in the back there to still come in, but he's got the helicopters sweeping those up. And most of the SAM are gone, so those helicopters are pretty much unchallenged right now. Which will clear the path for Red's army, at least for a little while. He's moving his missile ships into the back section here to protect against those hellers. We've got commandos joining in this force in the south here, which Kart is going to have to deal with very soon. And also on this section here, we've got them moving across there as well. I think Kart's going to find that easy for now to deal with. He's set up the production once again. And there's not much else going up in the north there. But that rocket will build once again, and if AKA can't deal with it, this choke point, every time you try and approach it, it's going to get hit by another rocket. But then if he's being hit from two sides, it's going to be hard to fire two rockets from one place. But AK is struggling with energy. I'm assuming that's mostly because of the boats transporting across. Do want to see what's going on over here. It looks like the main force has been dealt with, and there's a fair bit of production coming in. I think AKA is just going to slowly dwindle the enemy out of the game over time, unless Kart can really pull something out of the bag here. Both players are in kind of good positions for different reasons. The rocket here is providing good damage over one choke point, but it can't cover both. And unfortunately, Mr. Defense Line is just being attacked from multiple directions and multiple locations. We just got a constant stream of commandos over here. Just checking out what's over here. Looks like, unfortunately, Mr. Defense Line's lost the front engagement here, so AKA will have a foothold on that island as well. The rocket's nearly ready again, and he has taken out most of the stuff in this area, but they are still getting commandos brought in. And because the missile ships are over here, they're getting taken out as well. They're being pulled back. That rocket's being fired once again, and it's going to probably be in this location here. The SAM are moving across just at the wrong time. And they're going to get taken out with that rocket. And the helicopters are going to come in and once again and clear out any of the remaining units there as Red pushes in. And while we wait for Red to get into position over there, let's have a quick look around. We now have structures on this island as well. There's a few behind over here. We've got some more airfields. So AKA is covering a lot of ground over here, and Kart just isn't winning all of them, and any progress he makes is quickly pushed back. We have a rocket here from AKA as well. So once that's done, he could take out the rocket silo just by firing the rocket, and then he'll be the only one left with a rocket. Or he could just go for the structures, but then there is a lot of SAM here, so that rocket might actually be quite ineffective. The helicopters are coming in and attacking the structures over here. So it does look like Kart is making some progress in this section right now. AK is forced to set up some defenses here, and this rocket now is at too short of a range to deal with this area here. So AKA is under a lot of pressure. I think he's going to have to start bringing units in from elsewhere into that section. I think he's just focused on this island for now. If he does take that away from Kart, then he's only literally got this section of the map. Bantos are being dropped off right on top of this area. But there's a lot of SAM here, and they're going to take out those aircraft before they can drop the commandos. It's a shame the commandos don't try and jump out in parachutes, even when it crashes anywhere. That'd be interesting to see. Got one lonely infantry over here taking on the industry. He is slowing down 3 infantry, so he's doing good. I feel like the SAM are kind of out of place being pushed too far forward. They should probably be a bit further back. It looks like AKA is struggling to hold off this very strong offensive push, but we have that rocket ready. It's on its way. Is it just going to hit really close? I'm not sure. Yeah, it is. It's going to hit quite close. We got that industry being set up again. So AKA, even though under a lot of pressure here, feels okay to just try and build up their economy. And they've set up the strike commands. It looks like it's for the helicopters, but the ground units are going for it as well. Visually, it just shows the ground units. I can't see the air unit symbol. But we have the rocket ready from Kart as well. I think that's why he's got the SAM there, actually. He spotted the rocket and he's trying to stop him from destroying his. That might be why he put the SAM there. Right, as they're just breaking through that defense, I'm just going to quickly look elsewhere. There's infantry crossing over here. We've got the main island over here being taken by AKA. So even though we're watching this main section here where Kart's actually winning, he's making very little progress towards AKA. And unfortunately for Kart, Red gave up the white flag. And AKA Misc is going to move on for the rest of the tournament, and Mr. Defense Line has been eliminated. As you can see by the progression of their empires here, as it says empire value, got their empires growing. It looks like Blue was just slowly outpacing Mr. Defense Line, even though in that area it seemed like Mr. Defense Line was winning. Overall, AKA was just taking too much land from him. In this video, we have T versus Stuff. So, there's a lot of water in this map. We could see some large-scale navies, but there's going to be a bit of a struggle for energy, potentially. Navy takes up a lot of energy in this game. So, let's check out how they got started. So, T here is going for 2 navy yards, a town, and a barracks to help expand the map. He does have access to energy already, but he hasn't started building it yet. And Stuff has started on this island, and if you look to the picking phase, I feel like Stuff missed an opportunity to either cross both of these islands or to start with 2 energy wells and the navies, and get like 4 navy yards up straight away. But instead we've got a barracks, 2 navies, and another barracks there, and he's already planning to cross into the other islands there. So although he's taking a less offensive approach than I just recommended, he will be able to expand the map in a much more effective way than I would have allowed if taking that recommendation. Okay, so here we have T. He's building an extra barracks up here. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier. And he will be just expanding the map up towards the north. I mean, he's got a lot of land to cover when it comes to this. He's got a city here and a town there. But he's going to be relying a lot on the land unless he can expand to the other islands. Stuff does have less land, but he's got a lot of potential eco in the form of trade routes, cities. There's one there, one there, one there. And two on this tiny island up here. So there's a lot to use on this map for stuff if he can keep hold of it and get around. It looks like T is already planning to come to this island here. I think he may be guessing that stuff is on this island. He may even be worried that he's crossed two islands already. And Stuff, on the other hand, I haven't got his commands up. There they are. He's also coming onto this island here. He was going to this one we first looked. And he's also getting one of those trade routes set up already. He's got two towns here, and that will be a lot of economy for him to keep hold of. And he's on that island too now. So he's got another transport boat that may deviate that way. I think he's got two come in, so he may try and just cross that way. I think I might be set up in case he needs to delete this, actually. As the opponent is there already. He's managed to get some units there. They might even be able to see each other here, actually, can they? So T can see that. They can both see each other invading each other's land. There we go. And Stuff's put just an attack command to push forward. I don't think Stuff can win that engagement. He's got less units. It's not impossible, though. But Stuff is running out of energy. He doesn't have any energy wells on his island here. This is why I recommended crossing. He's got two energy wells here. Set up a navy on this side. You've got another energy well. But now he is a bit stuck and unable to defend himself from invasions by the ocean right now. But T is in the exact same boat, quite literally. Out of energy. He does have his energy well available. It's being built, though. So T is on the upper hand when it comes to energy. And also with expanding, because Stuff just can't really expand that much. He's got this island to expand through, but T does not need energy to keep his expansions going. So we've got a lot of transport boats now coming out for T. I think those are mostly going to be used later, as he's going to need this island here. He's actually trying to go for the back end of this island to try and get across. If he can keep hold of it, he is seriously going to negate the energy for Stuff there. And Stuff is cutting across over in that section here. He's got the engagement happening on this section, and just like on the other island, he doesn't have the forces to get in there, but he really wants to keep a hold of some land on this island. Again, he could push this defense a little bit forward and get into this mountain, and that will increase his defense bonus and also give him a bit more room to build stuff on. He does have strikers. I don't know how much range they have, and if I go onto his, it doesn't show me the range. Nope. I had that issue in the previous video where I tried to look at Bravo teams' range for their air units, and it's not showing. I'm not sure why, but T has made it onto this island first. And Stuff is going for this island over here. And managing to get this middle section of the land, of the map here as well. And those destroyers are outranging these infantry and taking out some of the defense there. Probably not too important yet, but it does help. And the destroyers are coming into the back and taking out this barracks here. Strikers are moving in though. Just a little late as these missile ships come in too, but those strikers are taking them out fairly quickly. There we go. 3 strikers taking out 2 missile ships really fast. And that was unfortunate because he's now run out of energy again, so he's trying to retreat the aircraft, and he does lose the barracks, but he does keep hold of this defense at the moment. And both players are joining in on this island over here. I realised my minimap was in the way there of this engagement. Not that I can see the minimap. But yeah, we got this island being contested by both players. It looks like T has more units there at the moment. And T does take out some of the units here, but not all of them, and retreats a few, maybe to engage later. We've got a cruiser coming out now, and we do have more energy for him. He's got 2 set up with an energy depot, so he's going to be doing alright for energy for a little while. Stuff, on the other hand, I want to keep an eye on his side of things, because he's literally running off of 1 power plant right now. As I say that, something else gets built somewhere else. Is that another power plant, though, or does he have... Am I being blind? Yeah, they're right next to each other. He does spot what's going on over here, and he sends his strikers in to try and help in that area. And that might be enough. It takes out the barracks. And now I think he's got more units in that area. So I think red will be able to control that unless blue can get more units across, which he is planning to do. He's got them coming in over here. We also have helicopters being produced in the north section there. Infantry taking on a cruiser here, I think. And they're doing a fair amount of damage. But we've got a cruiser here for stuff, but they take up so much energy, I don't really think they can run off power plants very well. But he's got 2 more being built over in the side there, so he should be doing okay. The benefit of using power plants, though, is that you can build them anywhere. So, for example, if stuff did use these energy wells here, then T is going to know exactly where his energy is, and that's probably why he took this land here as well. But those power plants could be anywhere. So it's going to be a lot harder for T to, like, harass him on his energy. But I'm going to have a quick look at both players' economy right now. So we've got stuff here with 861, so red's on to 861. Blue is currently on 1,100, so blue is ahead when it comes to the economy, and blue is also on this island, and red hasn't noticed yet. Stuff is managing to get this line of cities, or to be fair, T is already there. We've got the helicopters moving in, and they're being backed up by missile ships and cruisers. The strikers were just lifting off to go tackle it, actually. Are they going the other way? Oh, they're moving over to an airstrip over here, which is going to increase their range to help protect this area, but it looks like he's already lost it, actually. Now we do have 2 cruisers moving into this section here with a weakened cruiser there. Those 2 cruisers might be able to do a lot of damage. I don't know if they can take on 6 missile ships, but there's 3 cruisers now, actually. And both players' energies are doing okay. Stuff isn't doing too bad for energy now. We've got helicopters moving in to assist in this. And I think they'll be able to clear it up, to be fair. And the cruisers do go down. The helicopters survive. 1 missile ship left standing. The infantry are going to be able to take on that entire island very quickly with the amount he's got there. Up in the north, we've got this tiny island being pumped with infantry as well, and they're going to cut across there as well. So stuff is losing ground on multiple fronts. We've got strikers moving in down here. I think stuff may be able to hold it if he's got enough energy for these air units to remain fighting in that area. We've got 2 groups of air units now as well. So those strikers will take out the structures, but I don't think he's got enough ground forces, so he's going to need to bring the strikers over on this side to take out that force there. Up in the north, we've got units going over the mountain and covering that section. I do like the fact that most players are using infantry. It's mostly because of trying to transport them across the water. Though it probably would be effective to use more artillery and SAM, but just infantry get around a lot faster and capture territories a bit quicker. So when it comes to the smaller islands, you can just get around it quicker and then move on to the next. Got the strikers lifting off again. Where are they going? They're doing a quick circle around before they go off. And the helicopters moving in now, harassing the economy on this section. The strikers are going to take out some boats in the water, and they are going to get hit by some SAM here, but I think they can easily take that out. But he is getting more of a foothold on this little island here. He's got a factory which is out of range of most units. I think maybe the cruiser might be able to get it from here, but I do think that's still too far. So I think that factory is safe apart from the air units. But it is working on SAM units right now. And yeah, it looks like the air units did clear up this area for Stuff. Stuff is managing to keep control over this island. And there is a very short path here for the boats to transport units across. It would be quicker to double line this because there's two boats trying to go around each other. If it was two lines, it would transport faster. But they are building up a strong force and they're keeping it all grouped together. So they'll be able to push through, hoping not to get noticed, I think. But they have been noticed. The strikers are on the move once again, and they're being called this way. So they're circling back round, which is actually quite good because they're grouping together. That first striker does go down, but the rest is going to do a lot of damage. They focus a lot of the missiles on the cruiser though, which means most of the land units aren't going to get hit by those missiles. And we're transporting units away from his main island, which might not be a great idea. It's good to get this island, but he is being attacked. I suppose he's hoping to take him out on his next wave of strikers though. But T is moving away from this island now, moving on to the next ones. And he's feeling confident. He's got a lot of economy to build up here, and he's already started on it. And there's a rocket here as well, so T must be doing good on economy. Let's have another quick look. So we've got 1,500 from Stuff, and T is on 1,600, so they're both about equal when it comes to economy. And that's probably because of this trade route and the city there. He's got another city over here. Trying to keep an eye on whatever's happening all around. I'm going to turn tab off, because suddenly they've appeared. As I'm on T, that's why. The cruisers and ships up here have managed to stop the units from crossing and have stopped that expansion right now. We do have some more units over here with a boat, so they can just cross. A few submarines sneaking around over there. And I'm getting my words wrong, some snubmarines. And they will take out any reinforcements. We've got a cruiser coming in. They've just turned it off, which is lucky for them because they would have lost that cruiser to those subs. The infantry are crossing into this area now. They've got more reinforcements coming in from this direction. But the navy is right in the back of this. They are taking on the energy wells over here, and they've been damaging this trade route for him. Which is going to make Stuff struggle a lot with this energy. And he's got a lot of air units. As soon as that energy stops functioning, which to be fair actually, he's got a lot of power plants. That's the advantage of power plants. The enemy can't just find and snipe them so quickly, but these submarines are in the back of this area taking on what they can. And the only thing he can really do in that right now is really using these air units to take them out. But unfortunately, they're a bit busy. This is unfortunate for Stuff. He's getting harassed. Most of the air units here are coming in for interceptors. They're taking out those air units wherever possible. And I just think T had much more control over that match at the start. I think they both struggled at the beginning, but T definitely recouped very fast and was able to get his energy up and running, whereas Stuff struggled a bit, and he did use the power plants. They are very good to have them sort of stealthed around, but unfortunately they cost the same as an energy well, but they're only 1/3 as effective as far as I remember. So, Stuff has been eliminated and T will be progressing in the tournament. Anyway, thank you for watching. Remember to subscribe if you want to see more. Today we have Someone Said That My Nickname Sucks, which I couldn't fit on the screen, so we just got Nickname, versus Archer. Both players are starting fairly close to each other with a lot of land behind them to expand through and build up their economy. So let's just check out how they start the game. Nickname starts the game by rushing a group of units down towards this energy well down here. He's getting an airfield up and running with 2 factories. He's got some more units sprinting off all the way to that other energy well. And he's adding 2 barracks to the mix, all stealthed within this forest. But in this other forest over here, we have 4 barracks being set up along with an airfield. And a few units are expanding behind while most of the units are being pushed forward, as both players pretty much have a good idea of where each other are. Okay, so here we can see that they are actually pretty close to each other. They started, relatively speaking, in the center of the map. And that's because of, creating the border to prevent the other person to expand across the entirety of the map. But Archer over here, I haven't got commands on. There we go. Archer over here has actually got a trade route accessible to him, kind of. It's going to be risky and hard to keep that. But it looks like Archer's actually going for this section here, trying to get this location, probably for the energy rather than for the trade routes. Because I don't see any energies close to him. He's going for another one over here, actually. So it could be for the trade routes, but I don't think so. I think he's hoping that Nickname might not be there yet. But Nickname's going for strikers and tanks down here. We're moving across this way. Has he got an energy well up yet? Not quite. He's got a unit over here, though. Did those guys reach all the way down here? He's getting it soon. So those tanks are on the move. But unfortunately, he's only got 2 tanks, and tanks don't have very good vision. He might be able to figure it out as he gets to here and starts realizing where Archer is. He might be able to realize maybe he's in the forest, but I'm not sure. It looks like, even if he misses, he might just be... In fact, actually, I don't think he's planning to attack with those tanks. Those tanks are just trying to get around and trying to get to the other side of the map. Set up a foothold by the looks of it. Though I don't think he needs to. He's got commandos coming out soon. Well, he has them already. He just needs to set up the command and plan what he's doing with them. It looks like he's already got a plan. Where are they going? They are going to the other side of the map. So Nickname is trying to get around the back in multiple different ways. And although those tanks can't really survive helicopters, it looks like they're getting away fast enough for at least one to get through. It also has revealed to Nickname that Archer has air units, particularly helicopters. I don't see any anti-air coming out just yet. He might end up going for interceptors, to be fair, as he might want to keep the pressure up with the tanks. But Archer going with 5 barracks and both players being invested in a forest, it could be quite difficult for Nickname to counter this with infantry having a boost in the forests. If Archer gets in there, it's going to be hard to get him out. It's the commandos that are going around the top trying to get this location up here as well, so Archer is also trying to use commandos to get through. So the tanks are going to be pushing those infantry back. We do have an interceptor from Archer, strangely. To be fair, he has to, actually, thinking about it, because he doesn't have any factories, so he's going to have to use interceptors as anti-air. And Nickname's going for SAM units to be in the forest there. He's pulling back his tanks back into the forest, hidden in the trees, so the helicopters can't see them anymore. But he does have, the interceptor will reveal those pretty easily, and the amount of units he's got there shouldn't allow them to stay stealth. There's a commando sneaking across the top of the map there, so he might be able to get some damage in, hidden. It looks like he's going for this energy well. I would like to just quickly check, but I don't want, like, for the tank that ran away and the commandos in the south to see what's going on there. I don't have a mini-map. You can see one, but I can't see one right now. Yeah, those helicopters are actually pretty good at taking out the air units. But because they have the missiles that can hit air units as well. And it looks like a striker just gets taken out. Those interceptors are called back just in time. And now I am going to quickly go check down here. So we've got 2 barracks set up. And a lot of commandos and infantry lines that are trying to spread out across here. The tank, I believe, got destroyed. Unfortunately for Nickname. But we also have some commandos sneaking in over here. They're going to literally walk into that line now. Right, I'm going to check back over here. We've got the tanks moving in to try and stop any of these infantry getting too invested in the forest here. Nickname's doing a good job of keeping them out. 2 got through though. I don't think it's going to matter too much with 5 tanks there. 6 tanks, I can't count. And Archer is going for the economy now. He's trying to build up some eco. Is Nickname doing such? Not really, but he does have a lot of energy. And the tanks are trying to push forward, but the air units are coming in, and we've got anti-air coming in to take on the strikers as well. Nickname's got quite a high damage output on the front lines here. And these infantry are just not able to really take on these tanks. They're doing a lot of damage though, so... But by the time he's doing that, I'm guessing he's going to be building up some more tanks. Not so much yet. He's got an artillery piece randomly there as well. Infantry are trying to put pressure on those tanks as they were damaged. And I think they will get through. They're definitely forcing those tanks to retreat, and the SAM units there will be under pressure if those tanks end up going down, which will allow more free reign from these air units from Archer. Archers withdrawing some units there, bringing them back. We've got one infantry randomly sneaking around over here. Don't want to miss anything that goes on here because they're about to engage on this side of the map too. Looks like we should be fine for a few minutes. And tanks are on the move once again. And the air unit's being called in to try and take on this infantry line here. He's pulling them back though. We've got Sam on the field now, so he doesn't just have to rely on these anti-air units. It looks like he's scouting for any commandos. Because as you can see here, we've got commandos coming in from Nickname. From that line there. But I don't think any have snuck in now. I think he's got them all. Apart from these that are just walking in instead of being dropped in. Literally completely avoiding the eye line of these guys. And there's a random territory there that just hasn't been claimed. And we do have commandos still snuck in at the back there. I think they're waiting for an energy well to be constructed there. And he's got the commandos coming in to start doing some damage, and the aircraft are going to come in and potentially even disguise that. But I think Archer is pretty aware of it already. He's bringing lots of air units in, which is actually not very good for Nickname as he brings in his strikers into there with the interceptors. He does spot the danger and moves out, and as that's going on, he's distracted Archer and he's trying to push these tanks through. But he is going to be met with a defense line of infantry in the forest. And he's going to close in at the sides there, but this tank's sneaking around and might be able to actually get a couple of structures here that are unprotected. Kind of unprotected. There's loads of infantry to jump on him. And he's got tanks in the back there. He could be, I think he's trying to take out this factory there. A random infantry guy over there. Just sitting around. Those tanks do get taken out without any serious damage being done. And now I don't think Nickname's going to be playing around with tanks anymore. He's going to be focusing on artillery, creating this front line here. And I see a commando jet plane being dropped off. There's the commandos there, and they're being jumped on straight away by these infantry. So both players are doing good at stopping this harassment going on, but I've completely missed this going on here. We've got another one factory with 5 barracks, though Archer's doubled his production, but in the south. And the infantry are pushing in through this section here, taking out anything they can. We've got some aircraft carriers being built, the first one that I've seen in this tournament. Trying to keep an eye on what's going on up in the north. We got the strikers moving in from that, from the north down into this airfield here, just as it's being jumped on by infantry. That could be a lot of money about to be lost by Nickname here if those infantry decide to target this structure here. In fact, they've got helicopters coming in as well. But if that airfield goes down, even with the strikers in the air, they will just fly off and end up exploding when they run out of fuel. We've got a bit of pressure coming in here. I think Nickname tried to push forward, and that made Archer push forward as well, but Nickname had won that engagement there. Trying to keep an eye on 2 battlefields here. It looks like Nickname's able to hold the line here as well. And he's also got some units going around the sides here, taken away from Archer soon. Archer has a few units here, but Nickname's definitely got a few more. And now we've got an aircraft carrier in the middle of the ocean. That's going to provide him some extra spaces for air units. And we've got some tanks just pushing through the front lines here, finding a way through, and it's going straight for this town here. They're going to target that as well, so they're going to hopefully take that out. It looks like Archer's struggling with energy. He keeps on trying to send these jets around, and they don't end up making it to the location, or at least not all of them do. The strikers take out the energy even worse, so Archer is now completely out of energy. He isn't using too many energy units, but that is going to hinder him as he's being pressured from that side and from this side as the aircraft carriers are moving around the ocean as well. Just as he gets submarines going, and he is unable to use his energy, so he has given up. That means Nickname will be moving forward in the tournament, and unfortunately for Archer, he will be eliminated. Let me know what you thought of that battle. Thank you for watching. This is the first of round 2, and we have Animorph versus Akamisc. Now today, most of the map has ended up as being blacked out because they've picked the same spots most of the time. Now this picking phase has actually favoured Animorph, blue, because although both players has multiple starting locations, kind of, AKA can only really start on one island, whereas Animorph has the opportunity to choose which island he starts on. So Animorph knows where AKA will start, but AKA does not know where Animorph will start. So Animorph has started to go on the same island as AKA, and he's also got energy available to him instantly. He's got an airfield, 2 factories, and 2 barracks. Both players are in a very similar position, having energy available to them and energy wells between them both. But instead, AKA is going for an airfield and 4 barracks. So here we are, we've got the battlefield in front of us right now. We can see both players are pretty close to each other right at the beginning. And there's a lot of the map that hasn't been used yet. They've got to cross the ocean and get to this section here, over on this side. But there is a fair few territories, well, a small amount of territories between them. And already we're getting some SAM units on the battlefield. We're predicting some air units as Animorph. But as for anti-air, Akamisc is just about able to get some now, unless he goes for any interceptors. They have met each other now. They're using blue commands to control movements better. Got some on the retreat over here. Going to capture this territory. And they're mostly just keeping the infantry in front of this artillery here, these two here. Try and keep them safe from any advances from red. Red does have one unit that strayed off, the first casualty maybe. Looks like he's going to just about get away. Over in this section as well, we've got some movements going on. We've got red putting a bit of a push over the mountains there, but I think they're about equal, but we do have a barracks there helping. We have a commando on the way over to the other island there. But we don't have any energy wells from either player yet, despite both having airfields up and running. I was just checking to make sure that was true. I can't see any, but we've got the helicopters up and running, and we've got the commandos going down south. I want to kind of check where those commandos are landing, but I feel like I need to be here right now. So the units in the mountains have separated for red over here, and blue is pushing through here. He's stealthed as well, so this is going to kind of appear out of nowhere. The helicopters are moving over here just to make sure nothing gets around the sides, and red does have a stronger force up front here. Blue's pushing in at an angle on this one, trying to get a good position in against the opponent there. But I think red is going to get the advantage here. He is backed up by some SAM units. We've got commanders off on the way again. And finally we've got the energy wells up and running pretty much at the same time for both players here. They're almost mirroring each other if it weren't for the extra barracks on this side. We've got an extra factory for blue over there instead. It looks like blue's positioning was good at the minute. He's got the artillery, he's got his infantry behind him, unfortunately, at the moment, but that's because they've been taken out from the front. I think red will win the engagement, but I think blue took quite a lot of units with him. More than I thought he would take, so... It looks like they are really struggling for that energy right now. The helicopters are on the move. He's only got 3 units of energy left right now. So those helicopters don't have a lot of time to do what they need to do over here. Luckily the energy well comes up just in the nick of time, so they will be able to be active there. But there is a SAM unit there. I think the 3 helicopters will easily take that out though. Red is trying to take advantage of the momentum they have achieved. They're trying to keep pushing forward with the reinforcements coming in. And we do have interceptors coming out for AKA there. And they might actually take out a few helicopters, as there's a few weakened already. One goes down straight away, but they'll probably actually take down the interceptor, because Hellas do have missiles that can hit air units as well. Those commandos were not actually going for expansion across the map. They're going to target this energy well. And commandos take out structures pretty fast, so it's already on fire. I think it might actually get away with that one. We have the commandos going off for Animorph there as well, but the energy has just blown up. They haven't got any energy. They have to return. Which at least those commandos will pop out again. And will help defend this airfield. Unfortunately though, Red has lost that momentum. Although it does have energy, so it could push back with helicopters if they have it. And still building interceptors there, so... And we've got another energy well up in this side now, so Animorph is working on gaining that control back. Hell is taking on the SAM here, because they release their weapons quite fast, their ammo. They do take out those SAM pretty quickly. We do have two more coming in, but at that point I think the helicopters could take them out if they were to try and spot them early. Two more barracks over on this side to help with the push around the sides, around the main engagement. I will just have a quick look at what's going on this island. I think both players tried to expand here. Only Reds actually managed to succeed though, because those commandos before didn't make it. And we're getting more transport jets. I don't know if that's meant to happen, to have two of them. I think he was trying to switch that. I could be wrong, maybe he wanted to. Helicopters are pushing in on the northern section over here as the infantry dig in. With helicopters over here, it's probably not the best idea to try and dig in with infantry unless you're just trying to slow the opponent down. But he has got some SAM up there now. Animorph is putting his structures much closer to this front line over here. It's a very offensive play. Gets his units up in the front lines much faster, but it does also put his structures at risk as he's a lot closer to the enemy. Over in this section, the SAM are trying to stay in the south of the forest, whilst also being in between the main sections to stop any helicopters coming in, or even interceptors by the looks of it, as the helicopters approach for blue. And helicopters are easily taking out that SAM. The interceptor's pretty heavily damaged right now. It probably would have went down if it got hit once more by a helicopter or SAM. But it looks like Red's got a good advantage on the right hand side. In the main section it does look like they're losing ground a little bit. They've got enough infantry here to make a little bit of a push. And building up commandos over here, which will probably be useful in a little bit. Just have a quick look over here. Blue is now over here as well, so we've got a bit of a foothold on this island for blue, and red has a lot more land there. So I'm going to guess that red's economy is a fair bit higher, at least a little bit. So we've got, for red, 730, and for blue, 610. So blue is actually behind when it comes to economy, but yet is making quite an aggressive push here. Blue just is setting up defences, which will allow them to take a few better trades as they approach. We do have a good group of infantry coming over the mountains here, but they are going to get straight into the path of this defensive line. More helicopters are pushing up into the north, so I'm guessing that's going to go this way. I assume he knows that the energy well is over there. Or has made a guess that that's the case. He might be trying to get to that with the helis. And is setting up a defense of his own. So they're getting a... And Blue's taking down the defense. So he's going into the attack there and setting up defense again. And as Blue brings his units round to the side instead now, trying to get around the edge of these defences, a few infantry are straight off into this direction. And this area is now being reinforced from 2 directions. But we do have 2 jets of commandos coming in. And they're going to drop straight in on this airfield. Instead of going for the energy, they're just going to take out the production. Helicopters are being brought back as fast as they can. Luckily, most of the production here is from helicopters, has been producing helicopters, so even if he did lose this airfield, the helicopters would still remain. It would be the interceptors that would be lost. While Red has been forced to move his units away, he's content on holding this as a defensive line for now. And has sort of just waited patiently against that. So he's bringing most of his units into this section to try and help alleviate the pressure from Blue here. Just trying to see if anything else has been done in the back there. I want to know what Blue has been doing over here. So we've got a bit of a defense line here, trying to just keep back the enemy. But Red has been advancing for quite a bit, and we do have an airfield. He's got more energy wells available to him, and a factory being placed there. It looks like Red's going to take over the entirety of the right-hand side of the island. Getting the feeling that Blue really needs to do something about this expansion that he's been missing out on. They really need to try and take control over on the right hand side, or try and push hard on this section and potentially break through. As we can see, Animorph is already in the red for his income per minute. Or should I say outgoings at this point. We've got some SAM moving into the back here. These SAM are just literally going around trying to target this by themselves, I think. I think maybe he realised he built a few too many, and this way they can't respond with helis. Just go switch over to AKA. I've noticed we've got a lot of helis here doing not much, and that's probably because there's quite a large group of SAM there, to be fair. SAM do retreat. They're not going to try and go in for the kill there. Helicopters are being pushed here. As the SAM move away, they've split up into 2 groups, which means those helis might be able to pick off this small group over here pretty rapidly and then retreat, which he's doing a very good job at trying to manage this area as well. Taking out the anti-air as soon as he had an opportunity there. That might have just been sheer luck, but I think he's doing good either way. Blue has quite a large force on the front line here, and he's got a good amount of reinforcements coming in. I think Blue is succeeding very strongly over there, but what about over here? Blue is seriously struggling to just hold the line here, and with air coming in and no anti-air available to them apart from the helis maybe as secondaries. But they're easily going to be taken out by these interceptors that are being produced down here. I don't think Blue has much of a chance over there right now. But on this island, it looks like Blue is doing extremely well. It's potentially the problem that Red may have over-invested on their expansion to the right, which has allowed Blue to press a bit too hard than Red expected. I have noticed that these guys are all pushing through on this main location, which is good for Blue, at least, not for Red. But they've still got this little defensive line here at this point. They're just looking at each other, waiting for the battles down here to resolve. But they could be useful in pulling back, because you haven't got this area anymore. But you don't want to alleviate that, because then these guys will also push forward. I feel like they're holding back more than they're actually worth in bringing back, so I think it is good to keep them there. But these units are dangerously close now. We're getting quite close in. And these artillery are going to be able to start tearing through the structures on this island over here. What's the economy like at this point? Because blue is currently winning on the main or original island. Red's on 1,000 and Animorph blue is on 600. So Animorph is quite far behind in economy. Over on this section, they are trying to expand. They're getting some commandos up into the top right. Just trying to get anywhere else at the moment and keeping that location that they have there. But I think they'll be happy if they just keep hold of this island. They've taken down quite a few of the barracks in the front here, which means it's going to be a lot harder for AKA to keep this area now as he starts losing out on the production. He does bring back the defences here, but Animorph has noticed and is bringing back the infantry as well, or bringing forward the infantry. And the helicopters are trying to pick them off as they go through the forest and enter from behind. The interceptor just lands, but unfortunately it looks like he's going to lose that landing strip. There he goes. Trying to just make sure what else is going on. No one seems to have a navy at all on this map so far. Which does surprise me a little bit. But over here we got the units just literally moving around blue and trying to just trap him in this location. He does have some units over here, but blue didn't actually capture that territory there. I think he's just trying to keep them back and save them in that hidden location for now. And they'll probably become quite useful later. Unfortunately from AK, he's got quite a lot of units he's up against. And he's doing a good job of trying to like pepper pot his defences back as it goes. But he's just struggling to build up a force in equal measure against Animorph over here. It might have been wise to try and push further back and keep his structures over here. Set up like a secondary location and just start building up a larger production there. But I'm guessing he didn't expect to have this much resistance when he knew where his enemy had expanded to. He hadn't actually got that far compared to AKA, so he may have underestimated the opponent for a bit. But Animorph is going to be expanding now, and he's going to be increasing his income now quite a lot compared to AKA, because AKA, I think, he's pretty much taken over the right hand side of the map. But Blue's forces are ravaging this area. They're literally sweeping through slowly but surely as more and more structures are taken away from Red. This is not going to be as short of a match, but Blue has lost this location over here now, and we're starting to build transport boats, and it looks like he plans to make an approach from behind over here. But I think Animorph is expecting that. He's keeping quite a few units hidden in the mountains over here. He's kind of waiting for that invasion to come through. And yes, Red has completely taken over that island over there. So we're going to see Animorph's income start to rise in comparison to AK, because AK is going to start losing territories now. Those helicopters are trying to take out anything in the distance that his unit's going to find it a bit more difficult to reach for now. But yeah, I don't think AKA is willing to invest any more in this location now, so he's just preparing to cut across from the next side. We'll just see when that's happening. That's happening now. He might have wanted to have waited for more units, but at the same time there's still quite a large empty space there. I don't think it's going to get noticed straight away. And now AKA is pretty much kicked out of this location. He's got his 2 commandos in the back now. He's got one last structure on this island. And we set up Navy commands. So they're going to be going around expanding the map. Where are they coming from? Ah, so he's got factory over here. And I say a factory, Navy Yard, and 2 Navy Yards here. And he's getting his energy going as well. He has been spotted pretty quickly up in this section. So Animorph is not wasting any time. He's sending in the forces to go tackle that invasion. He's trying to get away. But that's not working for him just now. They're going to get taken out pretty quick. He does have a good group of units over here. It's just getting those transport boats to get them across quick enough. We're about to lose the territories on this section now, so Animorph will have complete control over here now. But he doesn't have a navy. He's got a sub-pen, 2 sub-pens. And he's going to start on this side. Can he actually get through that gap there? I'm not sure he can. He might be able to. So this is what the map looks like now. It is literally 2 halves of the map. But what is the economy like at this point? Because we've got 1,100 per AKA. And Animorph is now at 1,010. So they're pretty equal now. Considering Animorph was extremely far behind at one point, he is caught up very fast. And he's deleting some of his barracks now. That's going to alleviate some of the outgoings, which is a good point. We've got the... I'm looking at the totals. But for Animorph, he's on 360 plus per minute, and AKA is actually on 500 plus per minute. So they've got a lot more money that they can actually use, rather than money they're spending on maintenance and upkeep. And repairs where relevant. He's also getting rid of a lot of his forces over here. He's just killed off quite a lot of infantry. Which is probably going to increase his eco as well. Yeah, he's now reaching about the same as AKA. So that was quite a good decision there, to be able to allow him to adapt to whatever could happen from AKA soon. I noticed most of the navy here is going to be missile ships for AK as well, and that's going to be to tackle the helicopters that he knows are in place. I'm not sure he's too aware of the submarines yet, though. He does have a destroyer in the mix just in case, though, so... And there is another one over here going around with this submarine here. And they're setting up a defense line. This is... Actually, they are getting through there, to be fair. There's a lot more space than I thought. I keep getting caught out by stuff like that. That's why I'm a bit cautious of it. Okay, he's just having a good look around. There's going to be another chance at an expanse. Or an invasion, should I say. But that's going to get spotted instantly. There we go. He's got a town as well. He's got some artillery defending that there. And another sub-pen. That might get spotted, depending on how long it takes them to get around there. And trying to get a defense set up instantly, but that's not going to work out so well straight away. Being jumped on almost instantly, but he's placed his anti-air ships there just to try and catch those helicopters as they approach from where he obviously remembered where the airfield was, where he could see it from his previous attacks. He was able to take out most of those helicopters for that move. And although he tried to put this defense down and wasn't really able to get much done there, he's actually managed to defeat the first wave of units that came in that section. And we have a second wave coming in from AKA and behind. These are on actually speed moves, like haste commands, because although these arrows aren't showing it, these boats are definitely moving at extra speed. Or at least I think they are. I am in like ×2. I think AK will be able to hold off this wave. I think it's going to have to deal with quite a few more units coming into this section. We've got commandos dropping over here. Is there anything else moving on here? We've got some units coming in through this section. They've been caught off guard by these submarines by Animorph over there. He's getting a navy yard up as well, so he's going to be able to have a lot more different types of units coming in through soon. So now he's got his defences set up a bit better. He's using the infantry to build the defences, and he's getting the artillery to jump on it afterwards. That means these guys will take the damage, the infantry, when setting it up, and the artillery will end up on this defence with full power. Assuming that's what he's doing, or he could just be advancing forward. There's a fair few submarines now being built up for Animorph, and they're coming around, taking on these units pretty much one at a time. So yeah, we can see now the boats don't have that sort of more dominant trail behind them. It's kind of calmed down. So I'm guessing Red was probably trying to manage his energy, so he stopped him going so fast, and he's bringing them in at a slower pace. But I don't think he needs to worry as much. We're getting a defense coming out from Animorph now, and commandos being dropped in right on this energy well. And those commandos actually made it through into the back over here, so they actually survived. What of the other two commandos? They are literally hiding out on the top right here, but they can't take the territory anyway, because there's one unit there. Yeah, the commando is still there. He's just about alive, but I don't think he's going to get the kill before he dies. But the second lot of commandos might. He's actually called it off, because the SAM units would probably have taken out the aircraft. They might have been able to drop it off, but I'm not sure. So now he's got a foothold here. He's not going to reinforce this location. He's actually switching out and sending his units to this section, which is unfortunate for Animorph, because he's just started building a rocket right here. Which I'm guessing they're going to be able to easily spot, because that's not in a stealth location. Although the rocket itself is stealthed, I think there's enough units here to spot that. Let's have a quick look. Just at this time he was able to see it. So it went away for a second. That's because I turned off the vision, and it just appeared instantly. So yeah, AKA is able to see that now. And he's going to be trying to sneak some units around this side here. So we got the Navy trying to do its maneuvers around here, and they're just trying to get onto this corner with all of these submarines. And I think they're going to do a lot of damage if they can get through there. There is a good amount of destroyers, but it's just the way he's positioned his units there. And now they're going to be proceeding forward. I think there's enough submarines here to take out what's actually a threat there. Over in this section, those units are sneaking around, but the defences have been pulled away from these artillery here. More commandos are being dropped in on the southern section there. The rocket silo does survive, but it looks like Animorph is struggling a lot with the economy, that you can't actually make much use of it. And Animorph is doing a very good job of building up a navy though. So got quite a good composition compared to the, well, encounter to the enemy, not necessarily compared. But with the enemy mostly building missile ships, lacking the destroyers, he's mostly gone for submarines and cruisers. But it does mean he lacks anti-air in this regard, so as soon as he gets within the range of that airfield down there, he might actually start struggling with the navy. I think AKA has spotted this town here, and although there's a couple of artillery and defense here, I don't think that's actually going to be enough to stop these cruisers. Though the submarines might be. So Animorph has foited the attacks and the invasion from Akamisc, forcing AKA to rethink their plans. And the Navy is now approaching, taking away some of the economy. I'm guessing the economy is flipped by now. 1,200 for Animorph. And AKA has 1,200. They are practically the same. Red is still slightly higher. And those commandos are still hiding out in the top right corner there. But what about the commandos over here? Was there any that survived? Yeah, we got some commandos over here at the building of barracks. Just one random territory in the middle of there. So as I said, we're bringing in the Air Force over here, and he's had to retreat with his Navy. He doesn't have anything to deal with those air units. The cruisers do have anti-air, but it's just not really that much. At the same time, AKA has switched out his missile ships and favouring pretty much only destroyers now, which will be good against the submarines, but not going to be very good against these helicopters that, to be fair, they are shredding them to pieces. With enough destroyers, by the looks of it, you can take out the helicopters. But we have interceptors for those, and they are coming in and taking down that helicopter pretty quickly. One last helicopter left, and it's heavily damaged. And that interceptor just finally took it out just before it could land. We've got a bit of a dogfight going on. These two literally circling around each other. Looks like Blue's going to get the kill, and that goes in the drink. But there's quite a few transport boats here. I wonder where he's going to plan to go next. And if Animorph plans to cross at all. We do have a rocket now, so that rocket could now, instead of being used to take out this defense, could be used to take out this whole Navy production over here, or not quite all of it. You can take out 3 of them if you can find it. I don't think you can see it just yet. What can Animorph see? So this is what you can actually see. Not a lot, to be fair, in comparison to that. Some submarines mixing over here. I think they're about to discover the sub-pen that's over there as well. I know there were subs playing down here, but they've been taken out slowly by these cruisers and destroyer. Helicopters are defending it, so I think they will actually take them out. I don't think they'll actually survive there, though. The Navy Yard's probably going to go down. And remember this barrack, these 2 barracks and this one little territory set up? Got a good lot of commandos, and it looks like they're about to go on the move soon. Yeah, the sub-pen up here got caught out and is being taken out now. I think they'll probably be going for this town next, just checking if it's there again. And we'll probably destroy it. We've got 2 more airfields being built here, and they're going for the bombers. These are going to be targeting structures, so they're going to be trying to destroy these, or they're going to be supporting the Navy. So Blue's looking like it's going to try and take out the town and then make a run for it. And they are trying to escape there. We've got the interceptors coming in as well, just to check for submarines, I think, because they're pretty good at spotting stealth units. Helicopters are going to be doing a lot of damage to those cruisers, and the Navy comes into this section. They're going to be chasing by the looks of it. But they got the flag commands on, so the Navy's actually being split up, which is not a good scenario. He's realised the mistake and he's pulled back. The rocket's been fired. I think it's going for the Navy. And he's trying to move the Navy out the way. I don't think it's going to make it. He does save a few, actually. That was pretty fast movements there. He got them out of harm's way pretty quickly, saving pretty much as he could. And I think he was pretty successful against that rocket, but he is still quite heavily damaged and is up against cruisers and submarines, with a few missile ships now in the mix. So they should be able to fare better against air units. These bombers are spotting this invasion early. I don't think they're going to worry too much about it, as they're going to encroach on this defense over here very quick. Now, Animorph does have a rocket side over here. He hasn't been able to save up the cash for another rocket. And Red's Navy is being supported by air units, but the anti-air has been kept behind the front lines here. And we've got one long smoke line there. So even with the Navy, it is good to keep your missile ships behind your main front forces. transport boats are on the move, but they're going to get hit by these bombers. Commandos are dropping in directly on top of these airstrips. That is a lot of commandos, but there is a fairly fierce battle over here. They're going to be targeting those airfields. I imagine at the same time these commandos are going to be darting around. Yeah, they're going to be taking out these sub-pens over here. They took out one of the airfields. I imagine these bombers aren't going to all be able to return home anymore. No, one goes down just randomly over there. Blue's Navy has found Red's Navy production. Because it's quite close together, there's even an energy wall here. I think they're going to do a fair amount of damage before AKA can really respond here. The commandos over here have cleared out those submarines. They're trying to look for commandos. Checking all over the place. We've got a lot of territories being taken away from Animorph once again. And there's a group of commandos going over here for the energy. And this one's being striked, but I can't see if there's anything nearby. I think he managed to take those out. Well, the cruisers are going for the energy while the submarines are taking out the Navy yards, because submarines can't hit the energy no matter how close it is to the water, unless it is in the water. Now that was a fairly big blow against AKA there. And also remember, these two commandos are in the top right corner of the map. Still wondering if they're coming into play. I guess that's going to happen when he starts to invade, or Animorph has genuinely forgotten about those commandos. Just trying to keep an eye on what's going on. There's multiple things happening across this map. Got another group of commandos trying to sneak off up into the northern section. I think they're going to try and check out the locations over here. But I think they won't reach there in time. We've got the interceptors moving in. That's going to spot anything that needs to be spotted there. And we've got more commandos dropping in on this section. I guess they're going to be going for this. And then potentially the town. We actually have two locations they're going for. And they're going to get hit by some SAM there. What's going on with the Navy? The Navy's moving down here. They're going to spot the rest of that Navy production. So AK seems to have a great start when it comes to that expansion. Getting in on that second island really early, but I feel like that overinvestment just lost them this island, and Animorph was able to exploit that. And now they're kind of at this stalemate section of the game. Since Animorph does have control over the ocean, and if he wanted that rocket, he could either delete it if he didn't want it, this silo. If he does want another rocket, he could stop production of particularly his navy. If he didn't want to do that, he could stop it of land units. But we do have more navy units coming out on this grouping down here. So they're going to be cutting across through this area and trying to take back some territories, as Animorph has rebuilt a navy production over here as well. Those commando harassments seem to have been foited, but there is still a couple of commandos hidden at the back. But they are being encroached upon with quite a fair amount of forces there. Those bombers have found an airfield with 2 barracks, and this airfield has a lot of transport jets on, which is going to be quite a lot of money lost if that airfield goes down. Which it does. Look at all that destruction. Just bits of plane everywhere. We've got another sub-pen up here and another one there as well, so there's 2 more being rebuilt up in the north. As he brings his navy down, he will be joining the production over here as well, so... But AKA has not underinvested over here. He's definitely got a lot of navy production, but he is going to get discovered, although Animorph is struggling with energy, just spotted. It's got 19. This should be okay. But yeah, they've just been recalled because they're black smoking. I guess it's because he's trying to use the Navy and this Air Force as well. Just trying to make sure I don't miss what goes on up in the north. It doesn't look like much is going on up there yet. The aircraft have spotted at least one of these, and they probably will spot most of the others too. So I think Animorph's pretty aware of the threat that's coming up over on this section here. It might take him a little while to respond to that. He's got quite a few units here, and if he can't get through it now, most of Animorph's production is over on the other side of the map. So he's moving in over on this section. He's going to be entering this sub-pen. He's actually stopped these units moving. And I guess that's to keep up movement over here. Yeah, so we got Red's got 2 submarines in the water there. They're attacking the Navy yards. And he's trying to take them out with some helicopters and interceptors. And a fair amount of bombers too. Just seeing what else is going on. It looks like Red's making a plan of attack. I'm not sure what he can actually see over there yet though. It looks like the submarines went down. Yeah, there's the bubbles over there. But over in this section, this force starts to move once again. The Navy is coming in at the side. And is actually retreating. There's a lot of destroyers here, and most of the forces here are of submarines. I think they're trying to regroup with these small guys, small amount of units here, and actually it's going to keep retreating. It's just going to try and retreat to his production here, so that way he's got a chance of using his helicopters as well in the engagement. But unfortunately, I think he's going to lose too many units for that. I'm not sure if that retreat was worth it. It might have been. I'm not sure. But he's getting his bombers in over in this section now. There's a few SAM there, actually in defense as well. But those bombers will prioritize destroying that SAM as they go down. 2 of them have gone down at least for now. But the Navy production for Akamisc remains in the south. Is that rocket in production again? He's actually destroyed the rocket silo. And it looks like AK is struggling with energy now. So Animorph's got a full amount of energy to use. And AK is separating his Navy so that he can actually move it more efficiently, but that does mean that Animorph's going to be able to snipe these units. Potentially before they can do much. We've got a very strong reaction here. We've got this Navy moving in from the left. We've got helicopters moving in over here and bombers just behind them. They're pretty much surrounded by almost everything there. And we've got the transport boats getting ready to find a way to get across. And now AK is using a smaller force trying to just bring them in. He's just trying to get around them, I think, at the moment, and try and find another thing he can do there. Trying to potentially spot a place for his units to land, I think. Nothing else going on over there. It looks like Anamorph is still protecting that area. The little choke point that he held at the beginning of that Navy section. And he's got a few destroyers over here protecting this energy well. I'm getting the feeling that he wants to place an oil rig on it. Does have a good lot of energy over here, but these bombers are moving into this section over here. There's interceptors at play already. The commandos have finally made a move. They've captured the territory, they've built barracks, and they're setting up some defense now. Interceptors are already in the air. Bombers are here right now, and there are SAM units moving in. There's 5 SAMs. I think Although the SAMs will likely go down, they will waste the ammo of these bombers, allowing these interceptors potentially to go up again to attack. But nope, didn't last long enough, unfortunately. Those bombers tear through structures really fast. Got an airstrip coming in here, so he's going to just get some extra storage for our units. Those bombers are on the move once again over here, so those bombers are a really good choice at the moment. And the submarines on this section are going to be moving and progressing towards that choke point over there. Which, to be fair, there's a few destroyers, so for a while they will at least be able to take on quite a lot of those, but if the submarines take out those destroyers fast, it might be a bit more difficult for that battle to continue. I think those bombers are going to take out that town, and red is building up a strong navy in the bottom there. Yes, the town does go down. And the submarines are approaching the section, but they're struggling with energy so much. When they black smoke, they actually take a debuff in armor. So it means they're going to be much easier to destroy as they're doing that. And now they're bringing in helicopters, and I'm assuming those bombers, interceptors at least, for now. So he's forced to retreat back into the section over here. And the bombers are on the move once again. They're coming into this section over here. Again, there's a few SAM here in defense, which are hidden. But they probably won't last long against the bombers. And the bombers were able to tear through the structures over there pretty quickly. So I just think AKA needs a fair bit more anti-air. Which is just unfortunately just the way the island's shaped is going to be a lot harder to try and protect it in comparison to the other island. There we go. So AKA waved the white flag. He didn't need to wait any longer. He realized the position he was in, and he gave the game to Animorph. So Animorph will be moving on in the tournament. Thank you guys very much for watching. Let me know what you thought of the battle. This is round 2 with Das Siebeneren versus T. For now, let's check how these two players start their game. Okay, so here we have T. He's starting with 2 airfields, a factory, and if you notice, he crossed the water there, which allows him to get an energy well in the water straight away if he needs to, and actually he's got a 3rd airfield now as well. So he's got access to 2 energy wells, which he's definitely going to need if he's running 3 airfields at the beginning of the game. Now it looks like Daz is negating any idea of creating any ground production at the moment. He may be predicting that T started on the island with the city on the other side of the map, but actually T's very close to him right now. But this does allow Daz to expand the map a bit better, but he may struggle to hold the island he's on. But only time will tell, so let's get into it. So yeah, as you can see, T has crossed the island with his starting locations. He's going to be able to get this island for free, pretty much. And just in case you weren't aware how close they were, Daz is in range of all 3 of these airfields here. And is connected by this land bridge. And without land production, he's going to struggle at protecting this area. So we've got 2 helicopters up and running, but T really needs to work on getting this economy up to try and sort out these energy wells. Daz over here is setting up an energy well already, and he's got 3 neighbours. I wonder, he's quite close to the water here, but he's already figured that out. T's already setting up a defence here in case the navy cuts through in this section here. Though he has just deleted it, so maybe that will be something that happens later. He's got potentially 2 spaces there for artillery. They have met each other now. T is on the retreat as Daz has more infantry here. It might be better to retreat into this forest just on the edge and set up a defence there. You could probably hold off a lot better with infantry there. Though in response, we do have a lot of helicopters moving in against these infantry, and T is advancing his infantry forward as well. But Daz has taken over this island over here. He's got 2 groups of units expanding up in the north. But Daz knows exactly where T is now. He's setting up his own defences now. So they're digging in, and because we can see the helicopters, I imagine Daz is going to be switching into anti-air ships, the missile ships. The helicopters are on the move once again. They're going to tear through this defense probably. But I'm going to be keeping an eye on T's energy. He's got an energy well in the water already. We've got commandos on the move as well, so those commandos are going to be trying to expand the map for T, so he won't need a navy if he can get some commandos out there. But he is in the corner of the map, so the commandos are going to be a little less effective there, as their range won't quite get as far. We've got the missile ships trying to rush in against these helicopters. Because they have to land near the water, these missile ships might be able to reach them on the ground there. And we have an interceptor coming out, so Daz has seriously adapted to this. The helicopters are in the air, the missile ship is under fire now. It probably will go down, but another one's coming in. It doesn't go down, he does save it. But now the missile ships are getting up close onto this coastline. If they can see it, they can't. But it is now in the air, so he can see it. And he shoots it down almost instantly. And he's bringing his interceptors in on the right-hand side. And that's going to cut off this route here that T has now retreated away from. And is going to be bringing his helicopters in. And that is almost perfect timing. But they're on a blue command. That would have been even better if it was on an orange one. But he actually might end up taking on this. No, it's going to just come back. There we go. I think it's just going to fly by and scout the area. Those helicopters are going to push in instead, though. And he's bringing in his helicopters on this side to try and focus their missiles on the helicopters themselves. And we do have a factory being produced there now. So that's going to be building up some SAM units to help against the air units that are being played. Commandos have dropped in on the island over here where Daz is expanding to as well. Just trying to keep an eye on what else is going on the map. I mean, T did expand over here, so he's got potentially a city available to him later on. And T has broken through the defense on this section right now. The cruisers are going to come in and try and cut off the area here. He's got cruisers on both sides, and this choke point might actually end up being protected simply by Navy. The interceptors are taking out helicopters on the right. Missile ships are protecting from the left. But there is a fair amount of helicopters coming in. And T does have the ability to run those helicopters for quite a long time. And without protection, these cruisers will not last long against those helicopters. But it looks like protection's actually being called in now. And the interceptors are attacking the helicopter. Unfortunately lands right next to pretty much the danger zone. As missile ships and interceptors come in and deal with everything they can. The SAM are being pushed in as well. This battle strangely has been mostly in the air, despite it being probably considered a Navy map. But yet both players connected by a land bridge, they both decide heavy focus, well, mainly T focuses a heavy decision on air. And Daz is focused mostly on Navy at least. But now that Daz has realised what's going on and has been able to defend against it, he's got a fair amount of units coming down. He's got a good production there. He's also still trying to expand to other locations. That is connected to where T is as well. And also up here, T is trying to set up some outposts and push through this section here with Daz. So everywhere they've expanded to so far, they are both connected to each of those islands. Cruisers, interceptors taking on a bit of a dogfight over there as well. An interceptor versus striker being supported by missile ships. That striker's going down. And over in this section, the infantry are pushing in against Sam. There's one artillery there, which probably will take out those infantry. At least for now, but the cruisers have come into this section here now, and they're going to be able to potentially even reach this energy well. I think it was just checking. Didn't see if he could target it. He definitely can. That's definitely close enough. He's got commanders on this island. That will give him a bit more eco, but it looks like he has given up the game. That was a very short match. Unfortunately for T, he just wasn't able to keep that choke point in, but he did have a good plan in mind. But Daz adapted very well. Let me know what you guys thought. Thank you for watching. Feel free to subscribe. So this is round 2 with Nickname versus Barracuda. But remember, there's a playlist in the description for the other tournament matches. Both players have a decent starting location here, and because of that, we'll likely know where each other will choose to start. So, Nickname has a city space available at the start and goes for 2 factories hidden in the forest, a town, industry, and an airfield hidden in the mountains. And Nickname's already got a plan in mind. He's got a group of units going up to the northern section of the map, potentially to try and limit Barracuda's movement so he can't expand the rest of the map. Barracuda, on the other hand, starts with a town. He's got 2 factories hidden in the mountains and barracks just placed behind them, which is going to be a good combination with the terrain that's in front of him, with the forest boosting the infantry and the mountains slowing down the units for the artillery to have extra time to give damage over range. With all that in mind, as you can see, the battle is taking place right now. Nickname's moving a couple of units into the forest, setting up a defense there. That will give him the bonus when he gets the defense as well, so that's a bonus on top of the bonus. The Nickname's just trying to get a hold in here so he can see the units coming in, but he's got quite a few units coming around the side to this defense. Barracuda does want to get rid of that. And it just looks like Nickname's just trying to keep his structures that are quite vulnerable here, to be fair, so far forward in comparison to the forces at the time. But he has managed to keep them there, and he's spotted these units coming in now. So we've got the front line defense, and the artillery are moving in the background just to try and keep them in the right location. He's keeping them close to the mountains as well. But as that's happening, these infantry there are going to jump on top of these artillery over here, as well as these guys pushing in through the mountains as fast as they can, as they got this haste command on that artillery. And don't forget, we've got the units expanding up in the north of Barracuda, but Nickname is rushing up forward over into that section to try and cut him off, which is something that both players are going to have to keep an eye on. Now Barracuda's gone for tanks, which means the terrain's actually going to go against him here now, because these tanks are going to be moving really slow and they don't have a lot of vision. But now Barracuda's got his artillery up here, he's got the tanks moving in the back, and there's a lot of infantry moving through the foresty areas. Just trying to keep an eye on what else could be going on around the map. So Nickname's got up to this section, he's grabbing some of the territories here, and I think he's just going to try and hold this choke point. We've got an interceptor coming out, scouting the map, so that's going to give Nickname some good vision over here. He's spotted the town, he's spotted all these structures over here, and that's scouting this area too. He's checking to see where they are on that choke point there to see if he's expanded in that zone. Let's turn off fog of war again. There we go. But most of these infantry are coming in through the forest this way. They're trying to reach out, coming under the cover of the forest. But they are going to get spotted by Nickname by these units also trying to take advantage of the forest there. It looks like Nickname's got a stronger defense line here, at least at the start. And a few units trying to capture this territory, which is why a couple of these artillery are moving forward rather than staying behind. Another group of infantry just stuck on this forest here. Both players are trying to use the terrain to the best of their ability. A few red units do make it through and they come around here. There's also these tanks that actually managed to make it through. I didn't actually follow those around that section. I should have. But they are there. I kind of feel like Barracuda's forgotten about them at the minute. And he's on the move with them. We've got infantry coming in now to try and block their paths. And they could potentially have gotten to this town. But the helicopter will do a fair amount of damage there, so it's going to, like, against the tank specifically. And Nickname's trying to block off this path here. It's going to do good if he catches this infantry without them trying to retreat. What about the choke point up here? There's going to be an engagement over here soon. We've got Barracuda with 2 barracks there, but also Nickname has 2 barracks up there too, so the production's going to be fairly equal. Nickname's guessing that there's going to be some air units soon. He's getting some SAM ready. I think he's confident that he's got a strong front line now, and his weakness is air, to be fair, and he's got air units. So he could be worried about a strong air attack, and that's why he's getting these SAMs in now. Up in the northern sections, they are fighting for some territories here, but Barracuda's units are a bit more grouped up in this section. But Nickname does have a few units over there already. Tensions seem to be rising over this borderline here. They started so close together and yet unfortunately just couldn't get through and do any damage in this section. So they are just going to hold up this front line for quite a while. We'll have to keep close eyes on that one, but there are some other routes through which Barracuda's trying to spot and get through in now. So he's sending some units up into this section. He's going to end up meeting Nickname, who's blocking him off once again, just in the nick of time. But instead now, Nickname is actually trying to push his units forward here. He's just cutting off some more space here so that Nickname's got some more territory or more control over it over there. In the north section, it looks like Nickname's actually gaining a foothold here too. He's going to be able to hold off this area with a larger force of infantry. And he's applying some pressure on the sides here, so he's going to keep the defense here, and he's going to be probably passing units through this section, leaving this as a gap where he can funnel the forces through. Helicopters coming in at the back here with the SAM moving in, but there's not enough of them really against 4 helicopters. We do have a factory being built over here in the forest, so they're going to be using SAM for the, to start with right now. Another barracks being placed. I think Barracuda really wants to try and find a way around these sections. And I think he's also worried about the helicopters being moved up into these sections, especially with the structures here. So he's going to be trying to protect his structures from air first. And then he's going to probably be switching into artillery a bit later on. We do see the helicopters actually moving up forward as these infantry are pushing into this section here. I have spotted some commandos messing around over here. I'm not sure if he's planning something with those or if they're just there to protect. I just heard a navy yard, I think. Yep, there's one here. So we also have a strike command over here, so something went to actually attack these. I assume it was the infantry that was coming in this way, but it looks like Nickname protected it. And it could be that this will end up transport boats, and he's going to be trying to transport across like this instead. The helicopters in the north are trying to attack here, so Barracuda was right to build those SAM units straight away, but unfortunately there's quite a lot of infantry here that Barracuda is having to deal with, and the defense here is a bit unbreakable right now with the forces that he actually has. He's having to retreat the SAM units away from the infantry there just to make sure he can protect from those helicopters that are waiting in the back. I would just like to quickly check their economy. So I'm just zooming out while we do that. So we've got 797 from Nickname, and from Barracuda 730. So Barracuda's not really that far behind. Those infantry from Nickname have been stopped. I think they're going to take out one structure. There's still a few there, but there's probably enough to be able to take them out soon. And now the SAM are trying to sneak around here, just try and snipe one of these helicopters at least, but unfortunately don't quite make it in time. A small group of infantry are rushing forward around the defences over here, just as this is sort of spinning out. And there is a pretty strong defense. Barracuda's actually worked on building this up now. So he's got quite a formidable force at his main location. But Nickname is sending up a lot of forces into the northern section to try and capture the land over here. And now if we just quickly have a look at the main map. So although Barracuda is being blocked by Nickname at almost every front, he does have some territories left to grab, but Nickname has a lot more to grab than Barracuda does, which was pretty much what Nickname was trying to do. It doesn't really matter to him if he doesn't break Barracuda, because eventually he'll be able to out-eco him. And Barracuda really has to break through somewhere. And the helicopter's running away once again. It does survive. It takes a bit of damage. But this is the forces now moving into this section here, up this way. And I thought I could see the units moving this way. There must be a reason. We got the transport boats picking up some units over here and dragging them across this way. We do have some transport jets here, so it could be that he's going to plan the commandos to be dropped in soon. And just having a quick look around. To be fair, Nickname also has some trade routes available to him. And right now he's just setting up a defense, just like he has been all over the map, just trying to block him off and give himself some room to sort of grow or get in and set up. Just like he did up here, where he's put a defense line there and he's got some production behind. The defense line over here, though, is starting to go down. We've got actually a rocket appearing here. We've got to keep an eye now, because he's going to plan to break this defense with a rocket. And Red's forces are actually breaking this defense. It doesn't look like Nickname's going to be able to hold this for long. He may have to try and rethink his plan. He does have more transport boats now, and he has the commandos moving in places. Where did they end up going? So we've got one unit here. Unfortunately, a few have died. But he does have some still alive over here. But I don't think they're going to be alive for long. I think they're going to get taken out pretty soon. So we thought we'd just come down and check this one. They're digging in once again into the mountains here to try and increase their defense and just hold out longer, really. And I like this. He's got one last boat and he's just going to drop them off on this little section here because he can at least hold it there. That rocket's nearly done. And it looks like the defences are getting closer, but we've got artillery now. So these artillery are going to get 3 kills on this defence unless Nickname does something about it. We got a little transport boat being built here, so I think he might be trying to jump across here as well. I think this line's not meant to be there. He's going to have another group of units on this section here. He's trying to drop them in over there. The rocket's been fired. It's coming down right on top of most of these. It's even damaged some of these structures here. But now Barracuda can sort of force his way into this section. He may even get these structures. There's not a lot to protect over here with now. I think this was the last place Nickname was worried about. He's losing a defense over here as well. Very, very slowly, admittedly. So Nickname is going to be struggling over here for at least a little bit. And you got to remember, Barracuda has another rocket soon, and that one's probably going to be used much more offensively, rather than just to break the defense. But we've got commandos in the back of the base now. Now these units are going to be coming this way. That could give free way for these transport boats. They're coming in over here now. That's a pretty smart idea. He's got some barracks set up here, and they're just going to be quickly transporting across. And they won't need too many boats there at all. And he's going to be able to just drop them off in different locations there. So he's going to give Barracuda a bit of a run around as Barracuda pushes into this section here. Fortunately for Nickname, he does have quite a few helicopters, and Barracuda has a group of SAM, but they're a little behind right now. But they are getting on these helicopters. Just trying to keep an eye. The forces up here are getting a lot stronger as Barracuda pushes through. And I want to check the economy right now, as this is going to be like potentially a change in tides. So we got 900 from Barracuda, 930, but Nickname is far ahead when it comes to the economy is on 1,500. He's been setting up some towns and industry across the map. He's got a trade route set up, and he's going to have another one soon. He's not done with his economy potential. So he's noticed there's potential. Oh, actually, I don't think he's noticed that. It's just pure luck. We've got missile ships coming in on this on this lake here, just as this airfield is being built. So when air units take off, they're going to end up flying straight into those missile ships. Barracuda's forces are coming across the mountains, shredding through what was left of Nickname's base here, which is unfortunate because having the trade route here is going to be a loss of economy if Nickname can't hold it. He's set up a lot of structures over here which are going to be able to push downward. But we'll have to see how he plays it. Up in the north, Barracuda is pushing through now as well. Bringing a fair amount of forces through here, but there's two helicopters at least, 3. Pushing through in these sections, and there's no anti-air. He's producing some more anti-air, but he's got to get them there as well. Down in this section, we do have a few artillery being built up, and are able to fight back, and the building is being used as a meat shield for now. So Barracuda has another rocket ready. Or at least very close to being ready, I'm not 100% sure. There's 2 barracks down here now, so Nickname's also pushing and putting pressure against Barracuda, meaning he may have to re-divert some of these reinforcements to go the other way instead. Someone struggling with energy, that would be Nickname. It would be his helicopters, probably in the north. They are trying to halt this advance, but unfortunately Barracuda is putting on a bit of a rampage up there. And Nickname still hasn't quite managed to expand the entirety of the map. Cutting off Barracuda kept a lot of places for him to expand, and it's taken him a long time to do so. And Barracuda's not pushing forward here, he's just set up a bit of a defense. I think he's worried that his units are not strong enough. But all he'd need to do is try and take out that town with it. It's just that group of infantry. Saving that trade route temporarily. So Barracuda's brought his forces through, but unfortunately hasn't really been able to keep up the momentum here. And the transport boat is jumping units across. They're going to take on this town. And that's going to hurt his economy, because he hasn't managed to grow it too much yet, considering. We've got 1,000 a minute. And now most of the units in this section have been cleared up. Nickname's got a group of forces behind the enemy lines here. He's stepping away from the defences down, pushing those forward too. And the infantry keep roaming in here, and we've got a factory being built there as well. Don't think Barracuda's noticed this yet. He's still got quite a few infantry around that he could use to push in. He has now noticed it. And there is still a rocket available. He just needs to find a good place to use it. So Barracuda's retreated and setting up his own defense on that section. And is slowly but surely losing the ground over here. The rocket has been fired. It is going over to this direction. Does he know about this zone here? He might do. He's going for the production mostly, and he does take out at least 3 of those structures, and one's heavily damaged. 3 of them are heavily damaged. So even though he doesn't get the kill on those structures because they're damaged, it is going to cost Nickname in repairs. Down in this section, we've got a small group of units defending in the mountains here. Nickname's small strike force here is going through, and it's pretty much stopping. I think these units are gonna, these structures are gonna end up going down. Barracuda's got helis in play right now, so these actually might tear through it. They won't actually take out those structures if we can get those helis in play quicker. But if I remember, he had an airfield with interceptors, but it went down, so it was over here somewhere. He does have another airfield. He could go for some more interceptors. We've even got tanks jumping in over here, which is going to be a bit of a struggle with the helicopters that come around, but We could end up seeing Hellas versus Hellas here. Not as good as interceptors, but Hellas do take out air units. Those tanks are going to try and sweep around the back to take out this town on their own little mission over there. And we've got another rocket coming from Barracuda. But Nickname is slowly reclaiming this land in this initial choke point that they held. Nickname's putting pressure on the original location of Barracuda. It might not be that he gets a chance to buy this rocket. I do see that these units are not going to probably do too much here with the amount of production that's there. But I do think that rocket will be able to be fired once more, at least. Nickname holding his own front line here now as well. And most of the forces on the ground in this section have been taken out from Nickname. Or of Nickname, should I say. And just some helicopters flying around in this section, just able to spot the forces moving in, which could be quite concerning for Barracuda. He does need to set up some more defenses once again. But that rocket is ready to fire. And it is on its way. Just going to take out a large portion of this force here. And it reaches out to this area, heavily damaging some units still. And that has pretty much cleared him out. I think Barracuda is easily going to be able to survive, at least on this front. He's still threatened by this side too. Just trying to keep an eye on what's going on over here. There is a bit of an engagement going on. The Hellas are trying to clear up what's on the ground because there's no anti-air there. And he's able to do that pretty nicely. I'm just going to quickly check how far of the map they've got. So both players pretty much own the whole map. There's just a small portion up in the corner there. Barracuda struggling with his economy. You can see it's almost minus 100. It now is. Whereas I'm guessing Nickname's doing pretty fine. Yeah, it's nearly plus 1,000. And I think he's just spending it mostly on more economy. So he does have down here, he's building the trade route there, so he's going to have an even greater economy very soon. Barracuda has that rocket silo, but it's because he's struggling with his economy, it might be that he just doesn't have a chance to build it. He might need to stop production of everything else if he does want another rocket, but that would leave him vulnerable while he's doing that. This island's still sending units across. They're going to come up this way instead now as the distraction's happening here. They might actually be able to take over this section. Barracuda's making a push in the north. And Nickname has been forced to retreat. And without any anti-air there, he's actually just pretty much been taken out on the front. But he is trying to build up these SAMs once again. And I don't know if he actually kept any of the helicopters from before, but he does have quite a few airfields, so he should be fine. We have a rocket silo coming from Nickname, and I can imagine that that's probably going to be firing constantly as soon as it can. And Barracuda's actually got a trade route up here that he hasn't managed to take hold of yet, because this area's been quite heavily contested, to be fair. Nickname's once again bringing units in here. It seems that every time Barracuda pushes here, Nickname pushes in here, and that stops the reinforcements coming in. So he's cutting off the attack here. Down in this section, not too much is going on, just mostly harassment. There's Nickname trying to find a way in. He's just spotted this, so he's moving around it. The tank's progressing into it. But the helicopter might just take that out as it comes in. The artillery on the front here just freely hitting the infantry there. Backed up by SAM units, so he's not going to get hit by that many helicopters. And Nickname's actually not going for helicopters anymore, he's actually going for those bombers. Nickname's making an advance on these artilleries, pushing the tanks in first to take the heavy damage and getting close as the artillery come in and provide that cover. The helicopter's still there though, and the anti-air's moving in as well now, so Nickname's got a pretty decent force here. It might be small, but it's very well organised. And he's just holding ground here. It looks like Barracuda's tried to send a good force downward, but it's now thinned out enough that they might be able to defend. The commandos, or not commandos, those normal infantry have been moved in. They snuck around the defences, and instead of going for this main location, they're just trying to get in the back and do as much damage as they can. The helicopters have been called away, which could be dangerous because they could be more beneficial over here, even with the anti-air that's here. Because this area is quite important to hold. Yeah, Barracuda's putting the pressure on here, so it's not just one-sided at the moment. Even though the economy is not favoured, it's definitely one-sided. We've got 2,500 from Nickname now, and Barracuda's on 1,000. So literally 2.5 times the economy, and Barracuda is still putting up a strong fight up in the north. I do get the feeling that Nickname knew that he was going to cut him off, and when he was holding these zones he was just trying to build up that economy until he maxed it out before going on the offense. Not that I think he has maxed it out just yet. He has got a city. You know, okay, he might have maxed it out. There's a city he could build here. There we go. The bombers move into the north. Those helicopters can... I don't know, can they shoot the bombers? Yes, they can. Because the bombers I was a bit concerned about, because you can't... Like, the artillery won't shoot bombers because they're, I guess, too high. So they have to be hit by, like, specifically anti-air, but apparently helis can hit them too. The rocket has been fired. It's coming down this way. And that's probably going to hit the production. All in this section here, and it takes out quite a lot. A few things that are fairly important as well. And Nickname's able to put pressure on two sides here. There's not too much Barracuda can do right now in this section anymore with the forces that are approaching. Nickname's moving the anti-air up into this section here to try and catch off any units. Helicopters are targeting the city right now, so that city looks like it's about to drop at any moment. But unfortunately Barracuda doesn't have the energy to keep them there. In fact, he has no energy at all anymore. Those helicopters are going to stay down until he gets energy wells back up. And it looks like Barracuda wasn't willing to try and continue to break through. What did you think of that match? How would you have broke through Nickname's trap there? Genuinely interested to know. This is round 3 where things start getting a little different. We're going to have a best of 3, so therefore this video will have more than one battle in it. At least 2, but up to 3. This is the semi-finals of the tournament. We have Animorph versus Crypto, who is playing as NLE Cropper. Both players are going to be trying to start as close to that centre point as physically possible, hoping to gain control of the centre by the looks of it. So let's see how they start the game. So Animorph starts with a navy yard down there, building some transport boats to get across to other points in case they can't get through to that centre, I assume. He's got a factory producing SAM, 2 barracks and a town. So how is Crypto starting this? Now Crypto doesn't have anywhere he can invest in his economy early on, so he's pretty much going straight into production. He's got 2 barracks, 2 factories and an airfield and is expanding through to that centre very quickly. Okay, so here we have Crypto's advance coming down here, and we have Animorph's advance coming up through here. We can see the plan for Crypto. He's getting his units to come around here. He's pretty confident he's going to take this, setting up all these commands early on. Whereas Animorph is getting his transport boat, and he's going to get there first by the looks of it. Into this area at least. Does have that boat. He doesn't have any energy yet, and it might take him a little while to get it. I'm going to assume that he's going to get a destroyer out, and he's going to come over to this section to grab it. It might be better off trying to get some missile ships instead first, because then after you claim this and the territories around, then you can start bringing them into this area. But I suppose you do need 1 destroyer at least, maybe 2, just in case the opponent does have submarines. You don't want to get caught off guard about those. Any defense against them. Crypto's also getting his transport jets drop off some commandos on this section, which is not actually an island. It is connected this way as well. So Crypto and Animorph are just about to meet. And there's a lot of expanding left to do. So this central control is going to do a lot of good jobs. Good work for Crypto, keeping Animorph back. At least temporarily. He does have some units over here, which was a pretty good move. To get something over there, at least. Crypto is on the retreat. It looks like Animorph has a stronger frontline force. And Crypto does not wish to engage. So Animorph's just going to keep pushing him back. And he's going to set up a defense there. And then he changes his mind. Helicopters are moving over in this direction. He's noticed there's no anti-air. And he's bringing his helis in. Yeah, and the commandos are capturing land here. They're going for an energy well as well. Crypto is now pushing forward as the infantry for Animorph move away. They are quite nicely expanding. It looks like Animorph's going to try and capture this territory before moving forward. This will allow him to build up a larger force as well. So when he does meet Crypto, Crypto will be caught off guard. But I do kind of feel like Animorph is leaving out the anti-air because potentially he hasn't seen it yet, so he's not too worried about it. Got a little engagement going on there. We've got the artillery coming up in the mountains here. So these guys are going to be a little stealthed. So Crypto might not even know they're there. Can he see it? Let's have a look. So if we take away, yeah, he can see that. He's got enough forces there to unveil what's hidden. A few forces testing out the defences by the looks of things. But this group of infantry seeming to be moving forward right now. And will likely be advancing on this. Or are they going to retreat again? They are. They're just trying to catch him off guard and try and pick him off slowly but surely. But both of these forces are slowly getting larger and larger. Crypto may encounter Animorph over here if he's quick enough to spot it. But Animorph is digging in the forest area here. One of the units getting caught off guard is with his shovel out and not his gun. But this is just going to distract Crypto for a bit. These small amount of units will be able to take on what's coming in through this area. Got heavy movement coming in over in this section. Trying to make sure I don't miss any of the other expanding units moving around. And we've got a pretty good engagement going on here. We've got a lot of infantry on the front line with a good sort of artillery in the back. I do think Animorph's got a lot more units here. But the majority of them are infantry, which haven't even reached the artillery yet. Now I do love infantry in the games, but the artillery are definitely usually going to win this sort of a fight. But now the artillery over here are exposed. Both players' artillery are mostly exposed, to be fair. But I think Animorphs are in better position. They're coming in through this area, which this side's weaker, and they're more dense at the top there. So Animorph's going to be picking them off like a faster rate. But helicopters are moving in. Crypto's bringing them in through this side, which is perfect positioning because the SAM are on the opposite side there. Just trying to see what else is going on around, but we do have that airfield over there. These guys are about to meet Crypto over there. But the SAM respond pretty quick. They're coming straight across here, and it looks like they're going to take one helicopter out. But not quite. But as they land on this side, he's desperately trying to get them to move away. The SAM might catch any off guard now, or no, not quite. They do manage to escape with their lives, or their propellers. Got the infantry getting a bit too close for comfort there, and some artillery advancing where they probably shouldn't be. But it looks like Crypto is going to commit to the engagement here. And with the infantry moving in from either side, they're going to come into this sort of dead zone, acting as a meat shield, so the artillery can get more damage done in the centre, on the main force. The interceptors are on the move. I just want to quickly follow those down here. I think they're trying to spot any of the helicopters and hoping to catch them off guard, but it looks like... Oh, Animorph's actually transported across to this side too. I didn't spot that. You guys might have seen it on the mini-map. But down here we've got some barracks being set up, so they're going to be coming into the back of Crypto, just like Crypto is coming into the back of Animorph. Crypto has been forced to retreat. Few mini skirmishes going on down around these areas. Animorph focused on just keeping this location here, but there's no anti-air and a lot of helicopters, so I think that they're just going to slowly break through. But it looks like the infantry are going to try and jump on these helicopters at the moment. I'm not sure if Crypto spotted that, but it's Animorph that's putting pressure over here, creating a big distraction. And we've got this world's smallest defense over here. Nice little position for that. It's a bit difficult to try and keep up with two sides of the map at the same time. We do have some engagements going on behind the mini-map down in this corner here. To get in one of the barracks, it looks like Animorph's going to lose this zone down here actually. So Crypto's going to separate Animorph's section away from this reinforcement zone here. This little outpost. But I think Crypto's got this area down. He's got his helicopters there and there isn't much against them right now. But Animorph is taking this middle zone here. So Animorph's trying to go around the top section, whereas Crypto's bringing them around from the other side. Just purely based on the position and the way it's happening, it might be wise to take these off and these and just send them in through the side, as they're being protected by the units coming around that way anyway. Which looks like exactly what he's planning to do now. And it looks like instead of keeping his helis over here, he's actually transporting them across this way. So he's probably going to try and bring them down alongside this force here. We got the engagement in preparation here. If Crypto's keeping an eye on that, he might want to keep some of these units back until they build up. He's building an airfield up in the northern section there as well. Animorph is now bringing his air force down this way. He does encounter 2 SAM units, but these 3 helicopters will have enough ammo to take them out in quick succession. And then move on to the artillery. So yeah, 3 helicopters can use their, I think they're called Hellfire missiles, and destroy 2 SAMs straight away. The helicopters are moving from this section down towards here, which surprises me a little. I guess he wants it for this main location, but he could easily try and use them to wipe out this section here as well. At least for now. But Crypto is struggling on energy at the moment as well, so he's only got 8 left. He's trying to use too much, he's just managing what he's got. And over here, Crypto did engage, and he seems to have lost the engagement, so he's retreating into a defense in which Animorph is now pushing forward. Sorry, I'm starting to stutter, I'm not sure why. Crypto's pushing forward just ever so slightly. And these infantry are trying to line up just in the range of these artillery, which is unfortunate, as he's trying to... Actually, he's actually going to push around to the side here, and he's going to try and sneak around to the sides of this defense. At the same time, he's bringing in these units from this area, so they're not expanding anymore. And there's 1 barracks left down here from Animorph, in which Crypto thinks he can get with those 3 that are left over. But Animorph's also pushing through in this area, which is fairly exposed. There's a barracks here, but that's about it. He may need to bring these helicopters over to deal with this area. And as these forces start to combine, they are presenting quite a big threat here. Some of them are trying to just rush through and trying to see what they can snipe. But a lot of these are going to try and take on this force that's coming in. But I do feel like this positioning, if they were to advance this way, would have the advantage because of the curve that they're creating around the enemy. At the same time, the helicopters have been brought into this side. This side's a bit more protected. Sam are going to have to get in real close to get these. It looks like he's going to lose one, maybe two helis. Crypto is confident that he's taken this area now. Investing money in a town over here, which is also unfortunate because there is also destroyers here. So he may end up losing that town anyway, even if he's confident enough to take this land. He's bringing the helicopters down in the south. And over in this section, it has been lost from Animorph. Crypto is pushing in and is actually getting into this area, which is completely exposed. And although the helicopters were getting into the back of here, there's interceptors here to try and take them out. But that being said, it looks like Crypto is fairly dominant in the center now. And he's going to come in around the back of Animorph, which Animorph's going to seriously struggle with, unless they can pull something off over here and take a lot of this territory very quickly. He does also still have this barracks down here. And Animorph does control the ocean down there, so it's certainly not all lost. Not just yet. Crypto sees the force moving in here, so he's setting up a nice line here for movement. He's getting the infantry in front and the artillery behind. Repositioning his Sam further back as well. Cryptos and Animorph doing really good at trying to keep these formations up. Animorph's getting into these places to try and stop them from getting around to where they actually want to be. But Crypto is trying his best to take advantage of that, but Animorph just got the upper hand in the center. But unfortunately, it might be a little too late for that because we've got all of these infantry pushing in and Crypto is investing heavily into this area. Trying to put more forces on the front lines of, say front lines, the back lines of the base. And although the town was heavily damaged, the destroyer came round. It looks like the helicopters probably destroyed that destroyer. So he's still managing to protect from the ocean via air. We do have the defences here, but at the minute I think it's just holding out long enough for the rear end to give in. Probably could work that better. The helicopters are even moving in this section, and I don't think there's any anti-air, so apart from Animorph, who's got interceptors here taking on these helicopters as well. And the anti-air is coming in the form of the Navy, so the missile ships are going to build up over here. That'll stop those helicopters, hopefully. But Crypto is doing a good job in the back end there. My drink was making a funny noise, I just opened it. So now we've got these units coming into this section. Crypto's got a bit stronger of a defense line, but he's sacrificing this barracks by the looks. Actually, no, he's not. He's putting another line in front of it. And the rocket has been built and ready. I almost missed that entirely. It's coming into the center of the map. And that's going to take out the majority of Animorph's forces there, leaving the center completely exposed. But Animorph does have this section here, which is digging in as they see this force approaching. And they're expanding in the back there, so they still got a force there moving around. Whereas Crypto, on the other hand, is still pushing in here. Animorph is trapped. His main force was up here, destroyed by the nuke, being pushed in from the north and from the west. West. So unfortunately felt a bit trapped, I believe, and waved the white flag. So Crypto has won the first point. Animorph is behind now. If he loses the next match, Crypto will win. If he wins the next match, another match will be played. So this is normally where I say thank you for watching, but we need to continue. This is a best of 3. So let's get into the picking phase. I haven't said that before. Now, Animorph being down in the first game, looking at the picking phase of this map must bring him a lot more confidence. Unfortunately for Crypto, he doesn't really have anywhere of value to grab. He does have more of a hold over the center of the map, but he doesn't have any economy that he can really go into. Whereas Animorph has that northern section which he's taken, but Crypto is starting very close to that area. Starting in the north, Animorph has gone for a town over there with 1 factory and just barracks after that. He's going to be trying to expand the map pretty fast as infantry grab a lot of land pretty quickly. Crypto on the other hand is going for 2 factories and 3 barracks, and will be trying to, he knows pretty much where Animorph is going to be starting, so he's going to be focusing his efforts right through the center towards this map, bringing some infantry up to grab any land over in this section, which may be to add like a little outpost up there to create another front for Animorph to fight later. So this is about how close each player has started. Crypto is going for this area here, so is Animorph. Both players are trying to sneak around to this section. I think Crypto is just trying to get a foothold somewhere else to approach in a different direction. And that will keep up the front lines in multiple ways. So, in multiple different directions. But this is going to be the center stage, kind of like it was in the other map. Obviously it was different, but this is kind of like the same as the center stage by the looks of it. And because it's mostly forest, Animorph has actually gone for a lot of infantry. And with the forest, to be fair, actually, they're pretty similar. They've got the same amount of infantry. But Crypto has a lot more of that infantry going for this forest, meaning it will get a benefit from that, more so than Animorph, because there's more units getting that benefit. However, Animorph is trying to come through this way, and that's one long defensive line. They're trying to dig in, they're coming in through this part here, but Animorph is slowly capturing the territories. With infantry it's not too bad, because the infantry will just still shoot as they move, whereas the artillery won't. So if that was artillery, that probably wouldn't be such a good move. It looks like he's trying to set up a defense over here as well. He's planning to just literally walk by this section and try and get the benefit from the forest. He's also separated his defense here. This is a different type of defense line where they're a bit more separated. I think he's kind of hoping for like the intimidation of a defense with the benefit of infantry, so that Animorph doesn't want to pursue that direction mainly, so that way he can spend his more forces going across to this section over here and doing the same there. But it will be more noticeable here as there is a section outside of Stealth, whereas in this section it might just look like some of them are hidden rather than it being a separate defense like it is. He's noticed that Animorph's here, so he's setting up some more. We've included the artillery as well. So this is a nice cheaper defense this way. He's also getting some defense for the artillery in the backs there in certain groups, and some SAM units to go along with it. So these are quite nice lines, and I think he's doing really well at trying to keep the expenditure as minimum as possible whilst covering as much as he can. I think Animorph has noticed the separated defense here, and he's trying to get infantry to push through. And those infantry are jumping on these artillery, and because they're in the forest, Animorph's infantry here are getting a bit more of a boost. For some reason he's just moved the line slightly and they're digging in once again. I don't know if that was a mistake or just a misclick or something, I'm not sure. But it's going to be harder to get reinforcements over here as the units sort of stray off and try and dig in over on this section. It's going to be less actually reinforcing this area. Animorph's pushed through here, so Crypto couldn't quite cut this line off. We've now taken down the defense. The infantry are moving this way as Animorph has noticed he's pulling his units into. Just want to make sure where Crypto's infantry went. He's got some infantry here and they're setting up a line here, keeping an eye on what's going on. Animorph goes straight for this barracks over here, forcing some of Crypto's units to come back. try and block them and not let them get close enough, which he will succeed, but he is also relieving this area for Animorph to push through. Now Crypto has no more reinforcements coming into this area, so what's lost is lost, but Animorph has 2 structures there producing units. But Crypto's going to hold off what he can. But Animorph is slowly making progress in this section here. He's also decided to go in for a lot more economy. He's got 4 industries set up and a town, so that could turn into a city very soon. We will just check on the economy as this engagement's happening, but Crypto is moving some units in to the right section there. So Crypto's on 520, whereas Animorph is on 690. So Animorph is definitely ahead, and that's because of this area here mostly. Getting those industries up and running, and both players almost lost in this area. They pretty much destroyed each other. It was just the fact there's some production there that are bringing some more units in to replace those that were lost. Crypto is once again on the retreat, pulling back from this zone, which is a good idea because most of the infantry here are in the forest. They're going to get that boost, so you want to try and get them to come out of it. It might have been better to try and maybe even pull it further back. We've got this line here that's showing commandos, but it's actually infantry that are meant to be trying to go there. Infantry are pushing forward on these artillery units. They don't have any backup from the artillery, so they're just going to end up going through and taking out what they can. They did manage to take one out, and now they're going to retreat once again. Over in this section, we've got the infantry pulling away from that spotting zone, and they're coming down here to try and capture some more territories. But Animorph is slowly creeping around. He's got this section here now, and he will be able to push through here if he wanted to, but I think he's just going to continue to expand. He may end up actually cutting off Crypto instead. Do they have a connection this way? Not quite. This is just going to be another choke point. So the defense holds up here, and the infantry are trying to sneak around there, but Animorph has redirected his forces, and they're going to be pushing in that direction. He sees the opportunity to move these guys around, and he could end up coming into the side of these buildings if Crypto doesn't do anything about that soon. All of the forces are being drawn into the forest now. We've got a large group of infantry in the front. We've got infantry coming in from both sides. But there is a nice formation of artillery coming through in this section. A bit of a defense here, which may catch these infantry coming in. Animorph's also building another town up there, so he's still investing in his economy. So he's boosted to nearly 1,000 now, whereas Crypto's on 600. So Crypto's unfortunately unable to keep up when it comes to economy spending. And this might be why he's actually got a stronger force in the center, because he's not investing too much money into future, just into the present. Whereas Animorph is focused more on the future, and he's actually managing to stray a few units off into the battlefield from this section here. Those infantry jump on the structures down here, and they seem to have caught Crypto off guard a little, and it looks like it's going to take out the barracks, potentially even the factory too. They're on strike commands. They do take it, and they're going to retreat back into this section over here instead. They took what they could, and now they're going to flee from the zone, but Crypto's pushing even harder through the center here. These SAM are exposed, but the main force is just pushing through. There doesn't seem to be any air units at the moment, but there is an airfield at play. The helicopters are coming down here as both engage in this section too. But Crypto's making some good progress here. We've got another structure that's about to go down. They're trading bases mostly at the minute. But yeah, there's the factory. It goes down. And we're now setting up defenses in this section, so he's pulling back even more. And instead of trying to go through this way, no, he is going to continue to go through that way. He decided to change his mind there. So he is going to try and continue there. You can hold them off at the choke point a bit easier, but he's not going to get the reinforcements unless he brings some units around here. But if he could hold them off, that could allow him this area in the future if he could try to expand that way. Though Crypto is trying to invest in some of the future. He's got 2 industries there. But the helicopters are tearing up anything that comes through this section as the forces are going to come through and try and expand. The infantry are just a bit too far forward in comparison to these artillery. They can't really help. And unfortunately, they are just getting destroyed by the artillery at range. And because they're in defense mode, they will not advance forward to try and take them on. They are just slowing down the opponent rather than doing much about it. The artillery are on the run up here, unprotected from the ground. We've got infantry coming in to try and help with them, but they have been stopped. Mostly because they've joined this orange line and then enemies in range, so they're going to stop and shoot it. The artillery are building up in numbers and they're taking out the infantry faster than the infantry can be replaced. And down in this section, forces are slowly making progress. And we've got Crypto trying to sneak around on the side there, by the looks of it, with his expanding. Just keeping an eye on what's going on around. We've got another airfield coming in now because I think that he can see that as the only option against this artillery swarm. And instead of trying to engage here, he's trying to take out what he can. He's found a town there. He's going to just go off and try and strike that out. Animorph's focused on 2 more towns. He's still getting economy going up over that way. At this point, I know we're coming up to the end of the match, but 700 for Cropper or Crypto, and for Animorph 1100. So he's advancing pretty fast in this game. Some commandos are now even being dropped in behind. They're going to take out that industry. We've got some more industries popping up as well, so those commandos could sweep round. Sneakily trying to get in damage where they can. Front lines here are slowly going down as well for Crypto. He does have more units there to replace it. The industry gets taken out, and the defense lines of his main location has been drawn backwards a bit. The artillery are literally trying to strike anything they can. They're going up. They found the energy well as well, so they're going to move away from this area as fast as they can, and then they're going to deploy to strike this structure and hopefully take that out in time. There are some infantry trying to go up there to try and slow down any forces, but they're getting taken out by the artillery as they come through. Helicopter has been built and they're moving in to try and take out any artillery they can. Infantry moving up through the foresty area here. This is a good opportunity for Crypto to take out those artillery. Being supported by the helicopter, they're going to do a fair amount of damage there, but there's a rocket silo being built, so that could threaten those zones there as well. And it looks like Crypto's actually starting to push back in this zone. Keeping to the mountains, it's doing good for his artillery. We've got the commandos dropping in, trying to take out a barracks, but they have dropped in to a small force of infantry that will probably take them out first. But I'm not sure. It looks like they're going down. Yep. Structure does survive. This structure survived too from those little artillery that came across. But Animorph has won the game. Crypto was unable to keep up with him after that first initial advance. He tried to keep him out of that zone, but unfortunately Animorph was able to push through. He spotted the weakness in the defense and just fought his way through it. Let me know what you thought of the battle. So Animorph has managed to come back with one of the games. So now Crypto's won 1, Animorph has won 1. We're moving on to the final match of this best of 3. Now both of these players have gained 1 point each. They are both evenly matched by the looks of it. So the outcome will be of this match here. As we can see, once again, the map has been blacked out. These players must be thinking alike when it comes to the picking phase. And once again, we'll be starting fairly close to the centre and close to each other. Animorph has some quite strong potential here. He's got quite a lot of trade routes in that small location, which he could take advantage of in the future. He's got a town set up already. He's put in a factory up in those mountains and down over there. And we've got 2 barracks over in that section too. So he's getting hold of these choke points, which may become valuable later on to take better trades. As for Crypto, he's setting up an airfield in the mountains with a factory and a barracks just behind those mountains in the choke point, which does give him a good advantage when it comes to the terrain. And down in this section, they've got a barracks behind those, which he could take the choke point, but it looks like he's going to try and expand outward from there first. So he may end up with a group of infantry behind enemy lines. So here we are, they're starting really close together, and this choke point's really important to Crypto to get hold of, because I think he wants to stop Animorph getting out this way, because he's planning to by the looks of it already. So if he can stop him getting out of this area, then he's got control over this area, which would be uncontested. But if Animorph gets through, it's going to be a bit more challenging for Crypto to take hold of that area. So he's finding it important. He's trying to do the same over here. He's getting some units going through this section. Unfortunately, it looks like he's retreating away from Animorph there. At least a little bit. He's turned him into capture commands. I think he's trying to sneak over there himself. He just can't quite get through. Animorph has stopped him here by the looks of it. He's trying to find little ways to get around. But I think Animorph has that covered a little bit. Or he's trying to sneak around through here. Up in this section here, it looks like there's an artillery piece out of position there, and Crypto is going to punish him for that. Potentially. He's slowly trying to get away, it's getting damaged, and he does manage to take it out, but these infantry are going to jump on those as well, as there's more infantry, but the artillery are behind those, which can fire in, forcing Animorph to retreat. Instead of keeping them there, he's getting a defense over here and sending these guys off to expand in this direction. Crypto managed to get a few units behind the lines here. He's damaged the structure, but he couldn't quite take it out. But now he's bringing in some units over here to set up a defense, which is great, but because they're only infantry, we've got artillery in play over on this side. So they may have to come away from that defense to actually stop that artillery getting through. Animorph is chasing away Crypto over here as they're trying to build up their forces in one spot. The artillery are moving in, so they're trying to cut them up, make sure they can't get through. The movements going on over here are very fine-tuned at the minute. But Animorph has got through over here. He's got some units in the forest there, and he's going to be trying to expand across. He does have this area to go through too, but he knows it's going to take him a little longer to get through. Those guys just missed this territory by like an inch. So he may have to come back for that one if he wants it. Now you got to remember, both players are trying to find and exploit the opponent as best that they can, because this game will decide who stays in the tournament and who will be eliminated. And those artillery are kind of exposed. He's setting up a defense line here so that they can shoot through, and as the infantry come in, the helicopters are flying over to try and take out anything they can. They see a SAM unit, so they're going to try and take that out. That is going to be their priority first. But that frees them up to do whatever they want in this location. But it looks like Crypto's lost that little engagement there. I'm just trying to see what else is going on. It looks like both players are content with their front lines. Apart from in this section, 2 artillery pieces are out of position there, but they're being brought back anyway. Animorph's not too worried about punishing him for that one, but he does take out one, to be fair, with that one unit that strayed away anyway. Now, unfortunately, Animorph doesn't have any anti-air available, but they will get shot down by the infantry that were just there, lying in wait. With enough infantry, you can take down a good amount of helicopters. I think Crypto's just pulled away from this zone here, so there's the choke point here that was being defended against. And Animorph was just going to defend too, but it looks like Crypto's pulling away from that. That is going to leave him exposed over here, and if Animorph hasn't noticed, then it will be perfectly fine. It's kind of like a little ruse there. Crypto set up some defences here. Now it's going to be harder for him to retreat from this zone, but the infantry are going to push right through that. And now they're going to jump on these artillery that are kind of stuck in place. They could run away, but that would risk it. They've got the infantry coming in now, but I think Animorph is going to be able to take down those artillery before they get into place. So now the artillery is trying to escape there. He's going to bring the helicopters around this way to stop those SAMs, which is going to be very good. He's going to get some free kills there from those helis. And the infantry are going to try and hold this line over here mostly, but the artillery are going to get taken out by the helis. And anything else should be taken out by these artillery, but unfortunately the infantry are just too much. And they're overwhelming the defense in that location. Over here, Animorph is stopping Crypto from bringing in reinforcements in that area. And the defenses are being set up once again on this mountain edge. It looks like Animorph is going to be able to push through this zone. They've got SAM mixed into this, but those helicopters will take out those SAM pretty quickly. But there's actually more than I thought. I thought there was just 2, so he's going to have to recall those. If there was just 2 SAM, that really did change that thing. So if there was 2, those 3 helicopters would have been able to take it out really easily. But because there was 3, it did kind of force him to retreat them. And he's going to have to push them back in to try and take on some. One heli goes down. Another one's heavily damaged. It's going back for repairs. And another one goes down. I think the last one's just going to survive. Crypto is being devastated at this part of the game right now. Let's have a look at their economy as they've kind of expanded the map pretty well. We've got 600 from Animorph, so well, nearly 700. Wasn't meant to go like that. And Real Bug is on 800. So Real Bug's actually ahead of an economy. Not by like an extreme margin, but a fair amount. And Animorph's expanding quite nicely. Crypto's coming down in a nice formation here, so he might actually start taking out some of these units as they stray. Animorph's going to hold a defensive line here for now. And Crypto is sending quite a large group of infantry on either side. I do feel like when they stop expanding, Crypto's going to have such a good, strong position on both sides. But he does need to get through with that expanding. Just a couple of infantry are trying to push through here, striking this barracks here. And unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get through there. But they did come quite close to taking out one barracks there, just for free almost. They spotted a break in the defense here. The defense line's too long and they're filling in at the edges, leaving it open in the center point here. So the infantry are trying to rush through. They're going to jump on the artillery from behind as well as they're setting up a defense. The helicopters are going to try and defend this though. And now they broke the defense to try and catch them here. This is going to end up being like a pincer trap here. Getting some infantry jumping in on those artillery pieces there. This actually kind of turned into favourable for Crypto, considering he had a smaller force here, which he still does, and he probably won't win the engagement. He does take out quite a few artillery there. So maybe not favourable, but you know what I mean. Crypto's bringing down some more infantry from that way. He might need to actually recall these guys to come and join this fight, because he's going to struggle here for a minute. Trying to keep an eye on everywhere else. Crypto's dealing with some helicopters over in this section, but he doesn't have any anti-air yet, but he is prepared for that. He is going to start getting some more in there. Crypto's trying to get these helicopters in, but now the SAM are on the front lines and they're going to take them out before they can get involved. They kept along the side of the mountain there to keep hidden as best they could. I don't think they were that hidden because these infantry are going to be able to see them. But every little helps. What's going on down in this section? Because there was an engagement. It looks like Animorph setting up some defensive lines, protecting his energy well and trying to stop anything from advancing here. That being said, this airfield is being jumped on by Animorph and his forces are moving through over the mountains past any defense that Crypto could have hoped to have set up here. And instead, Crypto's trying to go through this section but has encountered a defense of his own that he's going to have to deal with. And the main force is going through. They're setting up strike plans on these structures. They're going to try and take them out as fast as they can. Also, Crypto's on this side as well. He's going to be trying to push through over here. And he does have quite a strong presence on the map. It's just that he couldn't keep hold of this central location that was his original starting point. I would like to say the economy. Could he come back from this? He's got 1,200 and Animorph has 900. Animorph's catching up slowly but surely. So Crypto has lost that center. So what's his sidelines looking like? Looks like Animorph's ready to push through on this side as they're streaming in slow groups. Those infantry will be able to probably take them out and push forward. So Crypto's not looking good on that side either. And up in this side, although I think he's doing good here, there's not as much production to deal with. He is actually losing a couple of not factories, barracks in this section. He does lose two. He may lose another. But I think there's enough defense there now to take them out before they do. And unfortunately, Crypto waves the white flag. He has conceded. He did extremely well in the tournament. He's put up a great fight against Animorph. He won the first battle, but Animorph wasn't having it, and he took the game and he stayed in the tournament after that. This is round 3, the semi-finals, with Darcy Benarin versus Nickname. Now, just like last time, this is a best of 3, so there will be at least 2 battles in this video. or 3, depending on how the battles play out. So Daz is trying to start as close to the centre as he can get, whereas Nickname's starting near the city down in the south, but reaching for the centre as best he can. So Daz is starting in the north, and he's got 3 factories there producing tanks in just on that choke point. An airfield's just been produced behind it, and as you can see in the top right, you can see there's a group of infantry being moved, rather than capturing, towards that energy well, so we can get some energy for what's going to be quite a heavy energy-based army composition. As for Nickname, he's got a town set up already, an airfield and a barracks, and a bit further south there's another town been built already, and he's just going to be expanding with his infantry as they come up, but he's trying to get as many through that top choke point as fast as possible, rather than capturing all the territory nearby. He's just going to let a group of units come by and collect them later. So let's get started, as I think we're going to have some commandos being dropped in around the map. So as we noticed earlier, we got Nickname's forces coming up towards this way, but Daz is already pretty much cutting off Nickname as it is. So we'll have to see how he plans to get out of this at the moment. He's got the commandos, so he does have other options. And he has his units coming through, collecting the rest of the territories as he's got in here. Daz is rushing in for a defense. Now he's got his tanks in play as well. He's getting this energy well location. He doesn't quite have energy yet, I don't believe. He does not, no. So Nickname's forces have just rushed in there to take out that defense. They're coming in around the side. You can see the blue command's being set up behind the positions. He's trying to get around the back, but the tanks have come in. And Nickname looks to be surrounding those tanks. Which can be pretty good. He's trying to get the tanks to have as many units firing at them as possible. But as we can see, the commandos are on their way into another location. But those tanks are rushing in. Nickname has his own tank on the field, and he's going to be trying to block the path there. But they're going to be targeting this town, and he's taking those out. Those are heavily damaged tanks, so the tank shouldn't take too long to take them out, which he did. But Daz has set up this defense here. The commandos were released over in this location, and I think that, yeah, that's all that's over there at the minute. So Daz will technically be behind the enemy. The tank did go down at this defense as well. But just look at the map, we got this area down here. So now Daz will have to worry about Nickname on another location of this island. And we're getting some boats by the looks of it, so he may be able to jump across by the water as well. Just looking at it, we got a transport plane from Daz, so he does have the ability to send transports himself, send the commandos over. Helicopters are on the field. We got those going for the tank over here, which is being rapidly moved away, but there isn't really any anti-air here at the minute. We got the SAM moving in, but there is only 3 factories to produce them, and only one of them is. And yeah, that Navy Yard there is building transport boats to begin with, so Nickname is trying to find many options to get around. Just trying to look around the map. We've got some blue line commands over here to try and get to locations quicker, but I think they've got caught on an orange dot there. And at the minute, this is just going to be a standoff. They've got SAMs digging in as well, so that'll be helping them against the air units. And tanks are trying to rush around this location. I think he realised that Nickname got across and wants to prevent anything bad coming from that. But Nickname's got plans as well, and I believe he's going to be using this transport boat soon. He's getting them across over in this section, which is going to be threatening this energy well, which is Daz's only source of energy at the moment. He does have other locations to build on, but he doesn't actually have them done yet. We've got 2 helicopters coming out from Nickname, but only 2 of them would release. These ones are black smoking, so he doesn't have a lot of energy himself. Let's have a quick look over at Daz. Nickname, sorry. He does have one energy well, as you can see here, and the interceptors are coming in now. There's no anti-air from Nickname. So I think Daz has a good position on this edge here. Got the commandos being released on this side via the boats, and they're going to go straight for this energy well over here. They're not even going to try and take territory yet. Sorry. They're sniping a couple of units as they stray through. Over in this section though, the interceptors are being used to spot those commandos and just scouting the area really. We've got helicopters being moved over here. We've already got the commands on this structure for the helicopters to attack. And the tank is over here trying to take some territory as he moves across, so Daz will have a foothold forward against him. Trying to make sure we don't miss anything going on over here. We do have artillery going down. And we've got missile ships as anti-air here. Getting a bit close to those artillery. I think he's going to actually try and take on some of those, but they're going to do a lot of damage as three of them firing. They're a distraction as he moves his main force in. So they're kind of acting like a meat shield to allow these artillery to get through, and if they don't fire, the missile ships will take on those artillery as well. And he's trying to get tanks in around the side as he clears a gap in with his missile ships there. Commandos are building up on this ridge here, so they're going to be trying to push through soon. And the helicopters are taking out what they can here. They've got a commando in over here as well. They transported one across. But even Daz is now struggling with his energy. And Nickname has successfully pushed through here. The commanders on this side are taking on artillery, and the artillery can't really spot them in time. So those commandos get right up close to those artillery before they can actually deploy. We've got a pretty good assault coming in from Nickname here. He's dropping in directly on top of Daz's base over here, being supported by the helicopters. I assume will be coming in, unless that's Daz's command actually. I think the helicopters are moving over this side, so they're going to be trying to take out the structures there. But Nickname is free to explore this section of the map now. He's opened up a lot of options for himself now. Commandos are still roaming in this forest over here. But Nickname's also on this section here as well, and we do have some units moving in through there as well, so fortunately I think Daz is going to be separated into two groups here. Split in the middle by this assault here. Nickname predicting the advance forward. To be fair, it's not hard to predict, but you know what I mean. We've got the artillery deploying in there. And more commandos being dropped in on the main base. The artillery is holding up here for a little bit, but they are getting taken out slowly. But a lot of the forces did retreat, but we got some tanks rushing into the back end of this, trying to see what they can grab hold of. The commandos are going to be the defense, but Sam is literally getting in the way of those tanks there. And helicopters coming in down to support and try and take out those units that are strayed off. The helicopters have apparently escaped over to this direction, and they're going to be attacking the energy well instead of the commandos. It looks like Nickname up in the north is kicking Daz off of this section here now. We've got the barracks left, but that's about it. And we've got some commandos roaming the mountains. The landing site for Nickname is slowly being overrun, but the attacks are still happening via the air. through helicopters, but the interceptors are rushing in now on a haste command. And they're going to be taking out that helicopter, and I don't think they're going to get any of the others. But Nickname, once again struggling with energy, doesn't have many other spots for economy. We're just going to have a look at their eco at the moment. So we're on Nickname right now, so Red has 860A, whereas Daz has 1000. So Daz is still ahead slightly when it comes to economy. We've got a bigger engagement going on here as Daz has progressed further into this section. And he's going to be trying to clear out Nickname from up in that section there. Over on this side, they're setting up defenses once again. Daz trying to keep control over Nickname and where he can go. But I would like to check down here. I assume Nickname did get through. It looks like he got pushed back and he's holding up on this corner here. The energy well was rebuilt, but the helicopters obviously came in to attack it once again. Over in this section, the commandos, who are normally stealthed, are also in the forest, so I don't think these units are spotting them when they're in the forest dug in. And they're getting taken out pretty quick, so those units, they are spotting them in the end, but that's on the corner, I'm not sure. So Nickname's held up there, and still at his original location. Daz is a bit cautious about moving forward, he's just trying to hold him in place. Essentially, he's trying to starve him out when it comes to the economy, trying to outpace him. But I've just spotted these two structures down here from Nickname. Two barracks there to produce infantry. There's 3 tanks just lying in wait there, and I think Daz already knows about it. He's got the barracks up here, ready to move in. Some more defences being set up as Nickname desperately tries to get out. Over here, he's trying to get Nickname gone from this one location, so he's packing via air, and there's absolutely no anti-air here. And on this side, Daz has decided to set up a defense to try and stop Nickname's advances through here. He's letting him have it for now, and he's just trying to hold off that location. Trying to keep an eye on multiple places again. And it looks like Nickname is not going to be able to hold this area for much more longer. He's pretty much going to lose that, but he's trying to get through in this side instead. He's getting units straight behind this defense. Rendering the defense useless, he's going to try and take out the barracks as fast as possible. And the barracks does go down. He's going to probably lose these units, but he did take out structure for it. And his helicopters are coming in to snipe one for him. Trying to make it a bit fairer of a trade, but they're going to still do some extra damage, take out one of those commandos. He's found another location to dig in, and he's just holding that zone there. We've got more units being pushed down towards these barracks, led by a tank. The helicopters may come in and try and take that tank, to be fair. Looks like they're just targeting infantry for now. Trying to keep an eye on what's going on here. It looks like Daz is trying to push once again, but just can't get through this defense. I say that as I look closer, and there's pretty much gone now, so he can get through the defense. Just needs a bit more backup, which is getting through here. He's got a transport boat, and he's bringing those infantry and the artillery that was here across over in. So that's behind these defences as well. And the helicopters will be able to take out this energy well, but there is anti-air just hidden behind the black smoke. So it will cost them eventually. Nickname's trying to push out from his main location once again. He has managed to hold this area down here, and he's bringing back his helicopters into the southern areas. But he's slowly trying to push through this section. There is a tank and there's a few artillerists, but they're being taken out by two cruisers and protected from air units by missile ships. But he's once again struggling with energy. And now Daz over here is left with mostly Sam, which is going to be pretty useless against this attack. And Daz is still trying to send units over here, in which he's probably trying to get, like, focused down this location so he can keep control over this one otherwise. And he does have quite a few units moving to the right. He doesn't want Nickname to advance out of this area. I just want to keep an eye on the actual economy. So Daz has gone up by 300. He's on 1,300. Nickname's also gone up about equally. He's 1,100 now. Tanks are trying to move in and clear up any units that are straying off in front. Which is good that they're avoiding the artillery, but they've got to come in and take them out as soon as possible, really. We do have air units moving in, mostly interceptors though, but a lot of helicopters are coming in from multiple directions, and they will be able to take on a lot of these. There's not a lot of anti-air coming in with them, but we do have anti-air here, if Nickname can get the energy for it. Instead, he's bringing in his missile ships. Over in this section, Daz is sweeping through. It looks like Nickname's lost control over in that section, so he really needs to try and pick up the pace in other locations. Which he could be doing in the south and on the right-hand side. You guys can see on the minimap, to be fair, but I can't quite see the minimap because I've edited it in. So the helicopters are being brought in over here. I think they're going to try and come this way, but there's a few infantry being dropped in to try and take on some structures there. Just want to have a quick look over here. And looks like Nickname pushed forward and then dug in, which is going good for him, but he's mostly got infantry here. And there's artillery coming in, so he's going to have to get rid of those defenses soon and jump on that infantry. Artillery, sorry. Commandos are once again being dropped in over the mountains here to try and sneak around. Interceptors just missed over here, and it looks like Nickname's bringing in his interceptors. We're going to have a bit of a dogfight here, which is quite interesting. As they take too much damage, they do retreat even if they've got ammo, so that they can actually make some repairs. Unfortunately, that one didn't quite make it. Just spotting these infantry once again trying to move across. Keeping an eye on two things happening at once here. So the missile ships are taking on those helicopters. They're coming from this side. If you brought them in from the other side, it might have actually have been a bit more effective. I think he was trying to as he set the marker here, but because they were there, they sort of just come in that way. And now Nickname's keeping his artillery, on the coastline here to keep protection from these SAMs. With these SAMs. The infantry defense has been pushed back. Without the ability to take on those artillery, he's going to have to push forward eventually. Or I think he's just trying to slow them down, knowing he's probably lost that location. He did drop those commanders in. It looks like they're digging over here once again, but they are going to be bringing units in across this way. You can see the transport boats. Daz is already on that. Instead, he's going to be trying to take out some infrastructure there. There's quite a few forces here from Daz that's going to be bringing it in into the centre after Nickname lost that northern section. Most of the navy is being pushed around this side. I think the cruisers are trying to stay though. Helicopter, even when it's landed, is being targeted by the missile ship and is being called out pretty quickly, but I don't know if it's going to be quick enough. He does. It looks like he will survive. And there's a rocket being built. I didn't even spot the rocket being built, but that rocket is being sent up into the main section over here. It takes out 3 structures by the looks of it, so that's 3 less production for Daz. And Nickname's trying to get that back up now. How much energy wells does he have? I'm guessing 2. Maybe, actually he's going to have 3, isn't he? Looking at the max value there. So he's trying to progress through this way and try and take out these structures here. But as he's trying to bring reinforcements this way, the Navy is trying to block them. But unfortunately for Nickname, Daz has a large force swooping in from the right-hand side, from the left-hand side. He probably has spotted it with this commando, maybe. Don't know if it lasted long enough there. Does Nickname have anything else? He does. He's got a small little outpost here, which is being taken on by these helicopters and units straying in from the south. Which Nickname had a little outpost here by the looks of it for a little while. And we've got a fair amount of Navy coming in from the south. It looks like Nickname realised what he was up against and decided to wave the white flag for the first game. Daz is the winner of the first one. So, let's see who wins the next one. Or 2. So with Daz winning the first round, both players are now entering this match. They've blacked out a lot of the central points, and Daz is focused on starting as close to the centre of the landmass as possible. As up front towards Nickname as possible. Nickname's doing the exact same thing, so we're going to see some early confrontations. Let's see how they start this one. Daz is starting with a town, which does have the potential to have a trade route, but those guys are not running for that. They're running for the energy well. So he's got the town, he's got 2 factories and an airfield. He's getting another barracks set up there. And he is progressing most of his units towards that centre, the double choke point area. So we can sort of see what Daz is doing now. What's Nickname up to? So in the forest he's got an airfield with a barracks. And it looks like they'll be producing commandos and transport jets, which will be good for harassments from Nickname. And for reaching those hard to reach expansions. He's got 2 factories on the other side. And an energy well being constructed there as well. Okay, so we can see how close they've actually started here. So both airfields would be quite in reach of each other. The other airfields over here and here. I think helicopters wouldn't reach. I wonder, can I press tab? I can. So helicopters wouldn't reach, but strikers, although they're out of range slightly, we could have strikers hit here and they would be able to strike it. We've got tanks coming out for Nickname up here, and they're going to be coming down once again. Tanks from Daz as well. It looks like Daz's plan is to rush around and try and bypass the enemy and get into the back of their section of the island. Whereas this tank looks like it's coming straight down towards this area. He's changed his mind slightly and is going this way now. Commandos are flying off over to here, which are going to come to this area. It looks like Daz wants, not Daz, Nickname wants to cut off Daz's area here. Try and get behind these choke points and defend them instead. The one tank over here is rushing away while the helicopter tries to deal with the tank that's chasing him. They've got 2 in place here. An interceptor comes in, darting in super fast to try and deal with that helicopter. And he's chasing it over there. I don't know if it's going to get the kill though. The helicopter just tries to land but doesn't get there in time. Sam over here trying to clear out that interceptor. Let's just look over here. Yeah, the commandos are over here just past that choke point there. Structure does go down over here. The 2 tanks are pushing in. He's bringing in a helicopter along with an interceptor to try and defend it, but the interceptor's also coming in from Nickname. And it looks like Nickname's coming right into the back of Daz's base over here. Trying to take out that town, but I don't know if he's going to have the time to do it. Instead, he's going upwards instead there. And is targeting a factory. I think he's just moving past it and just having a look around. But 2 more tanks are moving in right now, and they're coming into over here. With 2 more coming in as backup. These 2 are just having a look around, I think. And unfortunately, they just ran out of energy, and one of them went down for that. Over in this section, it doesn't look like Nickname wants to hold the choke point. Instead, he's going to advance and try and take out anything they can find here. He picks up on a barracks over here and is going to be focusing that down pretty quickly before it can even produce anything. The The helicopters are being protected by SAM from those interceptors, but the tanks are moving in. It looks like they're going to target the SAM units over there as they go by. SAM are hiding in the mountains, so those tanks are probably not going to be able to see them. He does still have a tank over here. He's damaged and he's healing, but it is still there. Interceptors are literally coming in over to stay around this airfield. Actually, no, they're moving away. This is Daz's command. Is protecting his own airfield. 2 tanks have strayed away over here, but they're going to get jumped on by 4 total tanks here. There's a 5th one coming in. And it looks like Daz is still going to try build another barracks over here to try and replace the one he lost. But Daz has nickname spotted that as well, and he's going to be sending his commanders in up there quickly. Daz is trying to push through the centre, but is being cleared out by the tanks and helis down here. Any infantry that came through this forest has been cleared up mostly by the helicopters, but Daz is in troubling position here. He's being pressured in from 2 sides, mostly harassments from this section and force of infantry from that one. More commandos are being dropped in over here, and that's cleared out the barracks. Still a couple of units there from Daz, but let's have a quick look at the income. So Daz is struggling to expand. He's on 450, whereas Nickname's on 530. It doesn't seem as much of a difference right now, but considering how early in the game it is and how much Nickname has been sort of guiding him, stopping him from going to certain locations, it's going to change over. Well, it's going to have an advantage over a long period of time. The tanks over here are moving straight through this section, completely missing the area. I think he's going in there now. But I think he's figured out that the units are coming from this forest. And now he's going to be sending quite a few tanks there, but these tanks that were here are being cleared up really fast by those commandos and helicopters there. One does slowly get across, but he's not firing at this airfield, which means he couldn't see it. With one tank, they really don't have a lot of visibility, so he's going to try and shoot it off up here to try and take something, but unfortunately the tank goes down. Nickname seems to have stopped the... Actually, no, he's going to send more units across. It looked like he was going to be trying to prepare a defense here instead. The helicopters are going for the energy well over here. Interceptors have been called very quickly to respond. And this interceptor's coming in a little late, but I think that was intentional, just to come in at the right time. The energy well goes down and the interceptor tries to remain, but there's no point really, so they've been called back as well. The helicopters and all interceptors have. Daz is finally pushing through on this section, however, he has lost his expanse on this side. And these commandos are slowly moving in towards Daz here. Daz is taking a good amount of land back, so... but he is going to have these commandos jumping on those SAMS units that were just sort of straying a bit far forward, trying to get close to the airfield so he can take out any returning units. Where is Daz's energy well? He's got over here. Nickname, sorry. Nickname's energy well is over there. I saw that he got destroyed, but he's built another one. Tanks are coming out of this forest to jump on those tanks moving around. And the helicopters are just flying overhead to try and take them out. And the SAM are being forced further and further away from where they need to be because these helicopters are clearing out the artillery over here, but the commandos are pushing those SAM away. And now they're being jumped on by 4 tanks with the 2 there and 2 SAM. I don't think they're going to be able to hold on there. The infantry that came out of the forest just been pushed back by the helicopters just over here. But a lot more infantry are coming out soon. The interceptors just took out helicopter there and they're flying overhead. There's not much to challenge them. And they can target those helis on the ground. The red tanks are being pushed in this side. They're going to try and take out a barracks while they can. Helicopters have been called in pretty quickly though. And it'll be really important to try and defend these, especially as they're what's holding off this section here. Nickname realizes he's got the advantage and is now focusing his construction on industries for a bit and is also expanding in the back. So I'm imagining Nickname's got quite a good amount of economy now because he's got 300, nearly 400 there. He's on 800, well, nearly 900 per minute. Daz is on 500, so he's really struggling to try and get anywhere in the way of progress for economy. So Nickname is nearly doubling Daz's economy right now. It feels like Nickname is getting payback for the first game where Daz was suffocating Nickname, but now Nickname's suffocating Daz. They got a few attempts to try and go around, but those helicopters are taking them out where they stray off, and they've got defensive lines just in the right place where they need them. Infantry are just seeping out of this forest here randomly and trying to take out the structures. Over in this section though, it looks like Nickname does not want to defend this location anymore. He's going to try and advance further. He's found the town that's there and he's going to try and take that out before it even provides any return from that investment. Try and keep focus on both fights going on here. So we've got the fight over here which has helicopters and interceptors fighting one SAM at the moment. I think the important part from Nickname here is that most of his structures are hidden and they're coming out from two different sides of that choke point. So it doesn't matter which side Daz goes through, he struggles to get there because the other side pushes in further. But now Daz waved the white flag and Nickname's gained a point, which means we're back to 1-1. And therefore, we have a deciding match. So, let's get into that one, shall we? So now we're moving into the final match. This one is the deciding one because they have both won one game each. So this is Battle 3. Taking a look at the map, unfortunately it looks like Daz doesn't have a lot to work with here. He does have a good spot right at the bottom on the right hand side. However, being right in the corner does end up eliminating your ability to expand rapidly. And he has some good open land on the left hand side. But there's a lot of black zones, which means they're probably safe from each other for a little bit. Both players decide to keep to their own islands. They have one each, but in this game, people are never content with what they've got. So let's see how they plan to take the other's island. So taking a look at Nickname first this time, he's got some units spreading out backwards, but he's got 2 airfields with 3 barracks. And it looks like he's doing the commando thing, but to the extreme this time. He's got an energy well being produced there, so he's going to be spreading out probably all over Daz's landmass. Daz, on the other hand, starts with a town. He's got 2 navy yards and an airfield up in the mountains there with a barracks nearby. It could be that he's planning to do a very similar thing, but instead he's getting the transport boats to jump across instead of using the jets. So as the players are getting set up, and we can see that they have their plans in place, I'm just going to look outside of the map here. We've got 3 cities for Daz. Although Daz had to start in a bit of an awkward spot for his island, Nickname started sort of a bit easier, right in the middle, sort of spread out a little bit. If they were to leave each other alone for the entire game and just build up, Daz would probably have a higher economy. He's got more land and he's got 3 cities available. So Nickname's going to have to definitely try and get on that island as fast as possible, but it looks like Daz is going to be the first to invade. That's right, I'm treating it like it's already their island. Because we built 2 airfields straight away, we can get 4 commandos out as fast as possible. Which is Nickname's plan. He's bringing it straight into the back of here. He's actually dropping him right on this airfield and energy well. It looks like he knows the energy well is going to be using. Because, well, to get across you need either aircraft or ships. So he's pretty certain on this energy well, but Daz has already spotted this. He's bringing units in as fast as he can, but they're going to be taking out the airfield first, which is probably a good choice. And commandos are very good at destroying structures. But are they good enough to take on that before they go down here? And I don't think they're going to. They're close. It's very heavily damaged, but unfortunately not quite. But they are able to do that just again. Naz is going to have to stop them with anti-air, I think. Luckily, he's only building helicopters. Otherwise, that could be even more problematic. However, Nickname is not, and he's building strikers, and he's going to strike the ocean via them. We have commandos dropping in at two different locations here. We've got one coming in this way. And they're going to go for the airfield again. They're dropping directly on it, so they will definitely get some shots in on it. We've got two jumping on the back here. We're going to be targeting the energy well. This is a very good organisation coming out of Nickname here. But Daz is already on their island and has a territory there already. I also didn't notice this. We got a trade route here for Nickname, but I don't think he's going to really be able to hold that right now. So the commandos failed to destroy these structures again, but they are going to be coming back in for another try. It looks like they might be backed up by some strikers, and they're coming over here to get those navy yards. But they will have resistance there. They do have missile ships coming in. The commando dropped in on either side. That was a bit lucky. I don't know if they're actually going to do the damage they need though. Unfortunately not, but there's another drop coming in over here. I feel like Nickname might be trying to spread himself out a bit too thin there. Try and be as effective as possible, and it's costing him a bit more than he was hoping to. Mostly in time. And that transport jet took quite a bit of damage coming back then. Is that transport? Yep. And we have an interceptor coming in this way. I think he's predicting more air units being moving around soon. He's trying to jump that interceptor as close to the enemy as possible. Strikers look like they're going to take out that cruiser. They do. There's a navy, not navy yard, a sub-pen there, which they were trying to protect. Don't know if they could see it then, because sub-pens are stout. And I think he's done that because he's noticed missile ships and cruisers, but no destroyers. Those destroyers are what counter submarines. They've discovered each other over here, and the strikers are going to be able to clear that up pretty quickly, I would have thought. We've got commandos dropping in on his own island over here to try and take out the invasion of Daz. They've dropped right in the middle of it all, but that is quite a lot of commandos now. And they can definitely hold their own there. The strikers cleared out the defense pretty quick for these infantry to try and move in, but they actually only heavily damaged it. They didn't kill many, only one there. Missile ships have been moved into this location, so any returning aircraft will very much struggle against this. The Nickname's going to need to try and bring in his submarines around this way and try and get into the back of that area. Is there any more things coming out from Nickname on this island? I'm just trying to make sure I can see all the units. It looks like Daz pretty much has his island now. And Nickname's got a few commandos just hiding out in the back, keeping a good eye on Daz over here. We got loads of sub-pens coming out now, so these submarines are going to be trying to clear up a lot over here. Even when there's destroyers being produced, those submarines will probably be able to outnumber them. I think anything else Daz needs, Nickname needs, he's going to be trying to focus on his air force to try and deal with that. Those interceptors are coming back. They're still targeted by a commando, but they're just not dropping any in over there anymore. Pretty much because of this. Every time something comes out from there, or tries to come back in from there, they're going to get taken out. And those submarines need a few more minutes to try and build up their numbers to go across through there. Strikers checking out what's going on over here. They're going to encounter anti-air as soon as they arrive. Not much that they can really do over there, and I'm just having a look around. Got some infantry trying to expand backwards. The commanders are pushed back as well. But they're just holding up over there, I think. We have a structure on Daz's Island as well now, so Nickname has a bit of a foothold over here now. Exploring with his commandos, he's just checking around. The submarines have moved in, they're trying to take out what they can find over here, and they definitely have the advantage right now. He's building destroyers, but I don't think they're going to be done in time. Instead, we're trying to get aircraft in over here. We've got helicopters moving in, and there's pretty much nothing he can do about that, actually, because he's got no missile ships. And if he does have interceptors, if he sent them out, they're only going to die at these things. but I think he wants to take out the production to keep his submarines free from counter in regards to anything along this line. Do have that transport boat switching up over here, trying to put pressure on Nickname pretty much at his main location. Those commandos dig in preparation of that, but those submarines are being very successful. One destroyer does get built, and those subs do take it out just because of the amount of numbers they have. So now they're going to try and stop any reinforcements coming in, but he's building up a good front line over here as well, so he's going to be able to push in. And he'll probably be able to take over the ocean. It's just whether he can do it quick enough. So down here the commandos are still expanding towards Daz's force there. And he switched his transport, so he's dug in over here and tried to take out the energy well with a second force coming in that way. Strikers were in the north trying to protect this area, I think, and unfortunately weren't really able to. There's a large amount of infantry over there. Nickname's struggling with his energy. You can hear the warning siren off, and that energy well is quite badly damaged, but I think it's getting well protected soon. As soon as those commandos dig in, they should be able to take on what's coming through there. The submarine's clearing up the rest of these missile ships now. And now they're going to move on to these transport boats, forcing Daz to try and go around this defense, which he's already planned to do. Strikers were protecting this area just as interceptors have come in to try and clear them out. There's a lot going on in this game for these players to keep control over what's going on. It's quite impressive. The barracks over here gets taken out. Nickname is forgetting that his defense is here. I think he's just looking elsewhere at the moment, and he does lose his barracks for that, and I think those infantry are going to come into the back of them as well now. With those transport boats down, Daz is forced to take the land route. He's got a tank in the back of this defense, and he's going to be taking them out one at a time by the looks of it. Just trying to keep an eye on what else is going on. The commandos down here have been cleared out. There's one left hidden over here as those infantry try and expand downward. And it looks like Nickname's losing his last territory that was over here as well. Daz is pushing through up here. He's got one tank rushing off, two tanks rushing off and around. They're trying to take this energy well if it hasn't already been. And I think they'll be fine. He's going to push through in that way now. Let's have a quick look at the economy once again. We have 800 from Nickname and 1,200 from Daz. So Daz is being very effective at his economy right now. He has been building towns by the looks of it. I don't know if he's built much else, but he has just lost something here from those strikers. The interceptors are coming in now and taking out those strikers, so both sides did lose something from that engagement. Commandos are once again being brought in through the northern section here. And these force of units are just coming through this way. It's mostly infantry, but they are backed up by some artillery and SAM units. Just keeping an eye around. Nickname is focused on trying to find other places. Looks like Nickname got a hold of here, but Daz is taking them out slowly. But also, Daz has tried to build up a second navy force over on this section, and he's going for mostly destroyers this time, with a bit of anti-air. So he will be able to take on those submarines as they get there. Over here we've got the infantry force coming in this way, but they do have a defensive line. I just don't think it's enough. A tank managed to sneak into the back here and is going for this energy well. The Nickname only has two of them, so that'll have his energy supply right now. He's building it straight away. He's not wasting time on that one. Just trying to make sure I don't see anything else. Nope. So in this forest, it looks like they've had a bit of an engagement, and now Daz is changing his idea. He's going around for the top section here as well, which will provide him some cover, but Daz has also put up a lot more production here too. Commandos are trying to sneak up on some of these units, taking any strays out. We have a large group of commandos coming in here. They're all merging as to one plane. The interceptors are coming out, so I think he might only be able to do this once if they don't get away quick enough. Blue's bringing his interceptors in here. He saw that come in. He dropped off quite a few, and these energy wells are going down fast. We're on Daz now. He's only got 50, so he's got 2 more energy wells somewhere. One's here, which is about to go down. And he did lose it. Over in this section, he's trying to trade in the same way, and he's got quite a few units coming in. There's a lot coming in through this section, and a few more being produced over here. And more commanders are en route somewhere. It looks like they're going for this section to try and find any more energy wells to take out. One's being rebuilt here along with a town. I'm assuming those submarines stopped. Yeah, he stopped his moving his submarines there. Over in the forest, we see a lot of units moving in, and it's commandos trying to protect, which do also get a bonus in the forest. And the artillery are moving in against this defense here instead. That way he has to break his defense, or at least break cover from it, to advance on these artillery if he wants to, or if he's just going to hold there and make him take longer to engage. Missile ships are moving down here as well, just in case, to try and take on any air units that come across. Mostly because these interceptors have been a problem for his commandos, I think. An industry goes down there, and the energy well and other industry is under threat, and if he can't hold this location, he's going to lose his main fighting force here. Or should I say his main production, really. Daz has good navy production. He keeps trying to get out, but Nickname's holding him there. So it looks like Nickname has given the game up for Daz. Daz has defeated him. I think both players did extremely well. There was a lot of organisation involved here, trying to counter what the enemy was had available on the battlefield at the time, and trying to handle so many harassments or how many units they had spread out across the map at the same time would be quite difficult. It's always a challenging task to keep eyes all over the field. But they did the best they can, and they did a great job. But Daz will be moving into the finals, and will be facing off against Animorph in the next video. This is the finals, the final best of 3. Daz C. Benaran versus Animorph. Both players have fought a long tournament to get to this moment, and here they are. Animorph in the northwest with Daz in the southeast. Animorph is feeling very safe at the moment, far away from Daz, and is heavily going into economy. He's got 3 towns up already and 2 industry being built, whilst the docks in the back there's being built. So he's going to be mostly expanding with the start of the game with the units that he's got, rather than producing any more. As for Daz, he's doing a bit similar. He's getting the towns that he can up and running, but he doesn't have much else available to him to start with. And he's getting a factory and 2 barracks set up to begin with, and that's how they'll pretty much start the game. However, it looks like Daz has a group of units running up into the northern section, and he's setting up another factory there to be built. He's trying to cut off the expanse of Animorph before Animorph can actually expand too far. So with most of these matches so far, I have been showing you how close these players have started, but instead I'm showing you how far away they've started. They are fairly reasonably starting on the opposite sides of the map, right in the corners, and it looks like Animorph is going for a bit more economy. He's got 2 more barracks though, which are now set up, or close to being set up. And Animorph is expanding down. He's focusing this way first. He's got a couple going that way. And as for Daz, he's got a group of units just over here. It looks like he's building tanks, or at least will be soon. He's got SAM being produced here right now, but he does have a line for tanks, and I think he's going to be doing that soon. He's also going into the economy as well, as much as he can, as his expanse allows for. But he just needs to gather the territories first. I'm guessing he's going to build that as soon as possible. But Animorph might be wanting to go for a city as soon as possible. He's getting an airfield up in this little forest over here. He's already got a tank spraying off this way. I think that's mostly just for vision at the minute. Maybe a scouting thing to see how far Animorph has gotten to. And he's noticed him there, I think, and he's just going down this way instead. So he's going to be trying to capture these 3 territories here to create a standoff to push back with. I think Animorph's noticed him there, and he's going to be trying to set up something to hold him off. It looks like Daz mostly wants to focus on this area instead of trying to push through this wider area. He's got most of his forces lined up to come through this section, whereas Animorph is still spread out quite fastly, and I think he's trying to go more this way. So they do have a focus on different locations, but I think Daz just wants to get through this area because maybe the terrain is more favourable for his idea. Just a random guess, but it looks like Animorph's going heavy into air units. At least heavier. We've got only 1 energy well for him. He doesn't actually have any energy wells just yet. But he is still producing the units, so it's probably a good idea not to overinvest in that. Daz actually has a navy yard in this section too, so that could become quite handy, especially if he ends up building missile ships. So the tank's moved away from this section, and Animorph's taken advantage of that, reclaiming this territory over here. I say reclaiming it, it's not his, but it was rightfully his. And the tank has snuck past all of those units and just tried to drive off around here and get a foothold somewhere on this side, so that Daz can have outposts in multiple locations. Those infantry are just trying to sneak around. I think he saw him digging in a defense and then just tried to move. But that one tank, although he's not really going to be able to do much over here, especially as they're trying to put pressure on him, he is drawing most of the forces down this way, allowing these forces to catch up and get to this area, rather than Animorph expanding through. Right, I would like to have a look at their economy, because they're starting to engage with each other a lot more. That tank's sneaking through up there, trying to get into the back of the base by the looks of it. But Animorph's on 900 already in the game, whereas Daz is on nearly 800, so they're pretty close to each other on the economy side of things. The tank for Daz did get through up in this section, so he may have another city that he can hold on to. Or at least a city spot. It might be hard to get industry as well, because that was snuck around the corner. But Animorph does have air units in play now, and he does have his energy well there. He does have another one available to him here, actually. Quite a few SAM here, though, along with missile ships, so those are going to struggle to stay in the air. One of them does go down, the other's heavily damaged already. And an interceptor has come straight into this section here, trying to hold them off, making sure they don't take off once more. And it looks like he's on his way back now. Animorph's got a nice little defense over here, and he's put a defense here, but just out of reach. And Daz is bringing his units around this way, and he may actually be able to take out that structure if Animorph is not paying attention there. Which it looks like he is. He's bringing his forces down straight away. The interceptor's being called in to try and take on these guys. It looks like we've got commandos coming out. I'm not sure where they're planning to go. I'm trying to have a look around for the command. Over here it looks. So trying to get around the back of Daz's base. And at the same time he's pushing him forward with these units in the center point, which is bringing Daz back a little bit over here. And he's trying to actually swing around the side of this defense, going straight for the artillery there. Over on this section, it looks like Animorph may lose this structure, actually. But it could be quite close. I mean, they're targeting it with infantry. These artillery are just taking out any infantry around. The strikers are able to group up on these missile ships and SAM that were in this section. And now Daz has pushed in through the centerpiece, but it looks like Animorph had a defense set up there already. And Daz is now going to have to worry about these commandos in the back of his base, which he may not even know about. I don't think he's got vision over here, unless he saw them cut across here, which may not be within his range. Let's just have a quick look. We're looking at Daz. He can see the commandos there now, but he may have seen the jets come across. But either way, it doesn't look like he's responded. No, he's responding to it now. Over in this section, he's digging in just to hold him off. I don't think he wants to try and focus on too many battles all over the place. Those commandos are coming right into line of this helicopter, but I don't know if it can see him. No, one helicopter on its own will not see them, but the interceptors most certainly will. And I think they're going to get taken out there. There has been a group over here. They've been facing off right now, so we've got two defense lines there, but commandos have managed to sneak into the back, and we have a structure being placed there as well, so they'll be able to start building up in numbers behind that defense. It looks like the interceptors actually took out a unit over here. Saw it fall into the water, but I couldn't see which one it was. I'm assuming it was the commando transport jets. Strikers have spotted this area. It's fairly unprotected. We've got the missile ships trying to move in, and they'll have interceptors to come in soon. But he does take out one factory that was just left vulnerable there. More commanders moving in as Animorph is also bringing his forces in through this section, trying to break that defense there. Actually, no, it was Daz trying to break the defense, pushing forward. And Animorph is holding that line pretty nicely. I think we've cleared out the commanders in the south states too soon. We've got some territories being captured here. Or unless they have been cleared out and it's been taken back, I'm not sure. Strikers are moving into this area now, and there is nothing they can really do about it. They've got some missile ships here. But there's also submarines. Animorph has submarines in this zone, which is pretty much just to take out these missile ships. Animorph is putting the pressure up. He's bringing units down here and finding any way to get through. Taking more territories as he goes, and he keeps on trying to make sure Daz is on his toes over here as well. Yes, there is a territory being captured. The commando's just here in the mountains. Over in this section though, it looks like Animorph is building up in numbers and is about to advance on these barracks here. There is a tank there to defend with, but I'm not sure if he's going to have enough there to do it. Most of the units on this defense line here are infantry, so the artillery are just outranging them. And now the strikers are moving in to try and clear out these areas along with those submarines. And Daz retreats rapidly, which was a good call, because that would have been quite a quick kill of that ocean there, that lake. But Animorph takes control over this spot, which would be an energy well. Animorph's pushing through on this section here as well, straight into the forest with a large group of infantry. Taking out those barracks as quickly as he could, and he will be able to probably hold this choke point. This map's got quite a lot of choke points on it to advance and progress through. Just trying to make sure nothing appears in the back end of things. Interceptors are being called into this lakeside area, and it takes out the transport jet as well. And we do have more units being called into the center force here, and they'll be trying to drive this force of Animorphs out of the way. And a lot is going on over in this section. The strikers are being called in. They've taken out pretty much all of the missile boats there. And down in the south here, Daz is trying to push through in the northern section. But over on this side, he's left it very vulnerable. There's a large force moving through in this section here. And they will be on top of Daz very soon. If Daz doesn't have enough to defend this section with, he's going to seriously struggle. He's got a lot of air units going over there. But these are mostly interceptors. There's a helicopter with them. But the interceptors aren't very good at dealing with ground units. Animorph strikers are coming out and clearing out Sam as well. He doesn't want them to build up in too large of numbers that he can't handle, and then he's going to be able to keep control over the airspace and be able to assist his armies over here. So we've got a lot in defense, but he could bring those strikers back straight over on this section and try and take those out, and he's doing pretty good with the energy as well. So this area is just trying to hold off the main force, and Daz is sending everything he's got that way pretty much. And unfortunately he's just not quite getting through there. But down in this section, Animorph is pretty much killing everything there, and Daz has lost this section over here now, so that's more economy for Animorph. The strikers come in and pretty much clear up the Sam over here. Not fully, but they did a good job. But those artillery will pretty much clear up the rest, and as soon as it sort of eases off there, he's going to be able to push through there. But Daz really needs to try and bring something down in this section, but unfortunately he just can't. He's got too much pressure from both sides there. And unfortunately, Daz had to wave the white flag on the first game. Animorph is up a point, Daz is still on 0, and, well, let's see how the next match goes. Can Daz bring it back? Completely contrary to the first battle, both players are starting very literally side by side in this game. Now, that does mean this could be a very short game, or it could last a very long time if they start to expand the map, forced to close off a border at their front lines there. But we'll have to see how they battle it out. Animorph going for a completely different approach to his last game, ignoring all of his economy potential there. He's going straight into 3 factories and 2 barracks. A very offensive start. He's also placed it as close to the enemy as possible there. As for Daz on the other hand, he's got 2 factories and 2 barracks there, with a navy yard in the background over there, and he's got defences being deployed throughout the forest, right on the edge of that forest to get the infantry bonus and to hopefully prevent the enemy getting the same bonus. So here we can see where Animorph was going. He was going straight in towards this forest with a move command. He's trying to find a way through. He's very meticulously trying to plan an assault here. And he's seen a gap and he can get through just here. Now, which means if he can get through there, he can get right in the back of these defences and take out those infantry from behind, which means they won't have the bonus from the defence. But both players in this situation here will have the bonus from the forest. He's trying to get right in there, trying to take out one of these factories very quickly. But Daz is bringing his units around very fast as well. He's not underestimating this attack. He does have to leave some units here though to let these infantry assault, and it looks like he's going to be trying to jump on them very soon. He's already got the command set up there. He is trying to expand around, and he does have a transport boat nearly done. He's going to be trying to cut off Animorph's expansion there. And he's literally coming straight through here. He's not going to go back or anything. He's going straight towards Animorph. Maybe up to here. Down in this section, Animorph's on the retreat. He's going to be trying to dig in with his artillery there. But unfortunately, they've been jumped on too quick, so Animorph's artillery are a bit stuck here. The infantry are rushing around. And they've taken out most of those artillery right at the beginning of the game. The infantry are pushing through, the artillery are backing up from behind. But both players still survive with all their structures in the beginning of the game. So instead, Daz is trying to bring his units around and potentially tackle any expanding forces I think he's trying to go for. Or anything he could try and snipe that's not protected. Over here, the transport boat has already taken a group of units, is coming back for another group. And I think Daz is content on holding this line here in a defensive position, whilst just continuing to grab the territory he has here and, you know, his newfounded land over here. And this infantry is still trying to rush around, see what they can find. It looks like they're going up towards here. I think he might be changing his mind once again over into that section. But Animorph is not willing to engage down here either, so he's just going to set up his defences and they're going to face off for a little while. I can hear the gunfire from these guys. They're trying to escape to other places, but they're shooting each other as they go. There's a bit of barracks set up in the mountains here. But Daz also has a barracks over here. Sorry, I keep calling him nickname because it's 1:30 in the morning. Both forces here are starting to grow in numbers. Mostly Daz is sending his away, I think. He's stopped sending more. He's just capturing more territory here for now. But he is still building up that level of extra defense. He can see what Animorph's doing. So I think he's presuming an extra attack there from him. They have found each other now, so they're right on each other's territories here. And I'm just going to quickly have a look at the economy. I know we haven't long started, but we're on 530 from Animorph. And Daz is on 470, so Animorph is actually ahead of Daz. But Daz is cutting off that potential to grow even further. So soon, Animorph will have to fight through Daz to get to where he wants to go. Daz can hold him off, he can expand further and has a higher potential. We have a good engagement over in this section. We've got the infantry trying to meet block over here, be a meat shield, while the artillery pushes through, and it has seemed to work. We've taken out quite a lot of these defences here. Daz is struggling with energy for some reason. I think he's just expanding through the ocean, taking the territories there. And he still doesn't actually have any energy production. These units are going to jump on Animorph section over here. But I think Animorph has a good amount of units over here, and it's going to struggle to actually get through. Stop him from getting through. Certainly not impossible, and he's slowly wearing him down with the units getting back into their defensive positions. He switched it now, so the infantry rush into these front ones here, and the artillery stick around at the back over here, so this is allowing him to stay in there for a lot longer. Even as the infantry weren't getting there, they were just trying to rush in between the firing lines, allowing Daz's artillery to fire more often at the right targets. Group of infantry sneaking around into the forest section. Animorph has noticed this and has seen the artillery splitting off into two groups now to try and protect it from both sides, but Daz is now bringing his forces straight down it to protect the artillery instead, and has now technically left this area exposed. Just trying to make sure I don't miss anything else going on. Daz is also now expanding this way instead, and leaving a little bit of progression this way. Or production, I mean. So now Animorph's forced to dig in on the edge of the mountain over here to try and get the units to stop moving, but he does have airfield now. Does he have energy? He does not. So no one has energy, but both players are using energy-based units for a bit. And the infantry are pushing through very well through this section. They're just sneaking through this corner bit, and they might actually be able to take out that barracks there if Animorph's not paying attention. But Animorph is also pushing through this section once again. He's got a good defense here, so if they try and push back, he can just turn that back on and they can all get back on it. Trying to keep both in sight at the moment. Over here we can see the units got through. There's not too many of them, but the artillery over here are about to be jumped on. But they did take out a barracks over there. And I don't think we're going to see much more from that battle over there for now. Animorph's trying to clear a space through here, and more artillery have been put into place. I just think Animorph's losing ground, or losing more than he's gaining by doing these attacks here. Daz has also brought units up into this section. He's going to be able to take on this energy well, actually. Relatively unchallenged, and that'll stop those helicopters after a while. He still has some energy that he got from the starting part, which is always going to be there until he uses it. It looks like Animorph is held up on the attacks once again. Just trying to see if I can check anything new, like any airfields or something. Helicopters are roaming the skies over here. We do have Sam moving in, trying to hide in the forest there. I think they will be able to get into place, but Animorph is also investing in this area. Maybe a bit too close to the front lines for my liking. But if it pays off for him, he might be able to get through. But I do think he's fairly trapped over here. He can't get through in this section. Daz is holding him off pretty well. And I think he realised that. So he's called the game, and Daz gained a point back. Which means both players are with 1 point. Which means we need another battle. So let's see how they did their last battle. This will be the final battle of the tournament, by the way. This will decide the winner of the tournament. So this is the map where the final battle will be taking place. Animorph is taking center stage right on the top, which is kind of like the center of mass for this landmass, if you treat it as only land, but obviously you can cross the water, so Daz is in the south and he is blocked by water to the left, but he can definitely cross it. So Animorph is starting with pretty much only barracks. He's got 5 barracks and 1 airfield. He does have energy available to him very soon, and I believe he's going to be trying to expand the map as fast as possible. Those infantry will gather territories really quickly, and it will also supply his airfield with commandos which can hop around the map very quickly. Daz, on the other hand, has 2 towns, a barracks and a navy, so he's going for a bit of economy rather than trying to expand so fast, but he is also planning to go across the water and not try and go across too close to him, but much further away, closer to Animorph. And he's just added a new barracks down there and another airfield just by that town up there. So here we have Daz's location. Animorph is up here there with all those infantry that will be expanding the map. Now I am a big fan of using a lot of infantry, but it does have its flaws and limitations. But we have a boat coming in from here. We can see a commando drop here, so Animorph is planning to come down towards Daz straight away. And those infantry will be leaving very soon, so this may actually be quite exposed. Depending on how slow Animorph is actually. But Daz is going to be expanding quite nicely. He's got a few infantry, a few barracks there. And he'll be able to cut across over here. And I think he's planning to try and cut Animorph off in this section here if he can. That's why he's got this line going that way. But Animorph has all of these lines planned out already. But those commanders are being dropped in straight away on top of the energy well. And they might be able to take it out before it can be built, which is going to hinder Nickname quite well. Not Nickname, sorry, Daz. He's also got 1 infantry over here randomly, which might take a while to take that territory, but it does save his energy well there. Animorph may need to send a few more commandos next time. We've got a lot of planning to line out this map from both players. Mixing up, it's starting to look very messy already. People have got to work very quickly. So we have 2 transport boats, one coming in on this side, which is good because you need more than just one to take the territory in a timely manner. And we have a barracks set up on this section over here, so they're going to be trying to expand very quickly on that side. I think Daz thought it'd be more important on this side. He's sending his helicopters to try and support this location too, which is going to be a problem for Animorph as he has no factory. He can't build SAM units. The only thing he can really build straight away would be an interceptor. But those slots are getting filled up. I suppose he does only have helicopters they can move, can't they, apart from the transport jets. He's feeling quite confident now. He's going for some industry, which is usually a very good start for early games like this when you're really far away from your opponent. Trying to have a look around. Daz seems to also be building some industry as well, setting up for the future. He's also increasing his presence on this side. He's got 2 barracks there now. I would like to quickly look at their economy as they're slowly starting to expand and see what they're doing. Animorph should probably be a bit further ahead because he hasn't had to worry about transport yet. So we've got 700 from Animorph and 712 from Daz. So Daz is doing pretty good. But then Animorph has already launched an attack, so that's possibly why he's a little behind. Not that it's really significant at all at that amount. They are about to engage, and Daz has spotted the enemy, so he's building in the mountains over here a bit of a defense. He's left a little gap here, which could be a bit problem. He could try and sneak him around the back. Helicopters have moved in, so they're both having the same issue there. Because neither of them have anti-air. Oh, actually, I was mistaken. Daz has anti-air via the seas, bringing them in very fast to try and protect those infantry, which are also going to help try and destroy any units to come this way. Over on this side, it looks like they did notice each other. They've set up a defense on that side, but not too much is going on there yet. Now Daz is struggling with energy, trying to move his navy and his air force at the same time. Seems to be a bit too much for him to handle. We've got a factory finally coming out. We've got barracks there as well, so he could get some anti-air there through that factory. On this side, however, Animorph is confident he can push through, and he's planning to do so. It looks like he's going to be able to push Daz out pretty quickly, but there are some tanks sneaking around the side up here. The infantry have found the end of the line here. He's bringing his units around to the side of this defense to try and take it out. But Daz has spotted the opponent's structures over here and is going to try and target that barracks. He's got 3 helicopters heading that way right now. And they're on strike command, so they're going to unleash all of their ammo on that straight away. And they took out the barracks pretty effectively. Over on this side, the tanks are just taking territory. They're not moving too fast, but we've got a defense set up in the forest here, very directly on the edge of it. And these infantry are going to try and sneak around the sides there. I feel like I need to split screen this one and record both sides. Over on this side, we've got the helicopters still trying to tear up what they can. It's only in the sea that they have anti-air boats there, and it dropping in right on top of here, I think, those commandos. There you go. These units are trying to sneak in around the side on the right-hand side of the map. And they're doing a pretty effective job on it. But unfortunately, Animorph's focused only on this section here, in which he might have favourable odds in. But with the helicopters supporting, it might be a bit more difficult now. However, there are quite a lot of units spread out across here trying to claim territories. And Daz doesn't see this as too much of a threat, otherwise he would have brought these guys back in. He may see it as more of a threat in a bit with 3 factories there. But Daz will survive there for now. And Daz is increasing his barracks quite a lot in this section. He's mostly going for anti-air and infantry to fill this area, which is a good option with the forests around this quite large forest. When it's in defense, the infantry might actually be the preferred option here. So Daz is on 1100, whereas Animorph is now on 1200. So Animorph is now ahead when it comes to economy. The infantry engagements here probably won't last too much longer with the factories in play, but the factories are only producing anti-air, which they really need to do. But the players can't cover all the grounds here in a defense. It's not as easy as that this time. The helicopters do manage to snipe one of those factories there, and there's some tanks moving in. Looks like Nickname's got a plan for those. Yeah, they're coming in right on the back of these structures soon. He's letting them build up in numbers, and he'll have 7 tanks there soon. Transport boats are dropping units off right in the centre here, where Animorph failed to do the same to Daz via the transport jets. Daz has made an attempt on him as well and succeeds. That means Animorph is out of energy and unable to use any of his air units. I don't think he built anything else. It's just helicopters that are now stuck on the ground. But those infantry there have been cleared up. But there are going to be more putting pressure there. So Daz has found a way to keep pressure up on all sides. Got a lot of pressure being pushed up through these sections, just very spread out. And there is a defense here, but Daz is just trying to go around it, find a way to poke a hole in, and those tanks are in the back there, taking away those factories and removing that production. He also knows about the production up here. He's bringing his tanks up there, try and come in and take away those structures as well. I'm just going to have a look over here. It looks like Daz is focused on defense in this section, and Animorph is still trying to push through. Those infantry are being pushed into the center of his main location, but I don't think they're going to do too much damage there. The tanks over here though are tearing those structures to pieces, but to be fair, the infantry are tearing the tanks up to pieces as well. I think they're going to get 1 barracks here. I thought they were actually going to get more at first, but I think Animorph has got control over those tanks now, and doing that has also allowed him to construct these structures over here. He's got a factory now, 2 barracks, and another one trying to be built. But at the same time, Daz is bringing in boats through into this forest as well, which means Animorph is being pressured from multiple sides on this section alone, and is also trying to get through on this section too. But Daz has so many barracks there. He's just producing so many infantry all at once. Helicopters have been called into this side, but the missile ships have just been moved over to the side there to protect the land. And there is a tank sneaking through, trying to get through into that section, and another group of tanks coming in after. I think this one's just trying to look for targets. As you can see, he already knows about this. He attacked it earlier, so he's got one tank sneaking off this way. And I think he's hoping that that will also be a distraction, because these tanks are not going to take the same path. They're coming into this section here. He's hoping that tank will lead any units that could kill tanks away, while he has those units coming through that section too. But unfortunately, they did end up getting blocked, and they've had to retreat. Now, Animorph has quite a strong infantry presence there. Now, the infantry are just coming into an artillery defense line now, but they are actually doing quite a bit of damage there, and will eventually get through, I think. Over on this side of the map, though, we have the infantry putting pressure this way. Animorph is actually getting around Daz here, though, but Daz does have a force coming in. And we'll probably end up engaging there soon. But Daz is also trying to take out the structures on this side as well. The structures are being strike commanded, so they're going to be just targeted before any other unit. And the infantry are just jumping on those structures very fast, and they are destroying them pretty quickly. Being in the forest as well, the infantry are boosted. The helicopters are just focusing on the larger groups of units. And the tanks are switching their plan. They're going this way instead of going through the main way they were before. But Animorph has a few sections of three barracks there. And is coming close to a factory of Daz's as well. There's helicopters from both teams in this section here, trying to protect what they can. Over in this section, Animorph has set up some nice defences in the mountains here. But unfortunately, Daz is just trying to sneak around the sides there, and he's going to come through and take out these SAM units. There is helicopters here, and there isn't much Daz can do about the... actually, no, he's got a large force of SAM over here. He's got a full flower there for SAM units. We've got a strong group of tanks, but it looks like Daz is really struggling with energy. We've got a lot of black smoke coming from those helicopters. They just won't lift off. What about those transport boats? He's not sending any more units randomly anywhere else. He is just focused on consolidating what he's got on these areas. He's building them up in this section here. These tanks are just going to rush off and go straight for this energy well and the town. I think he's going to target these along the way, assuming that he can get through. I think he's changed his mind now. He's pulled them back in that section. You can see quite a lot of infantry and artillery moving into these sections. He's called his helicopters in to potentially clear a path, I think, and see what they can do. But the interceptor's coming in as well, and they're going to try and take out the helicopter, but there's enough helicopters, or certainly enough SAM on the ground there to take out that interceptor. More barracks being built in the forest on this section, and the infantry are getting dangerously close to Daz's structures there. But Daz is putting a heavy push into this section here. They had to change their defense to be on this side, and yet Daz was able to bring them through on this side instead. And what about the units that were over here? It looks like they kind of engaged, and then Animorph actually won. He's got a few units there. Down in this section, it looks like Daz did a good push, but he's going to need to potentially reinforce this area a few more times. These artillery have built up in the large enough numbers. They'll probably take defense in the mountains there. Those tanks have finally found a way through. They're sneaking through in this section. They're going to target this town, then onto the energy well if they can, but there's a few helicopters being called in that might be able to take them out. Both players have just got a lot of engagements going on all at once here. It's quite impressive to see them trying to manage it all. Especially as me, even just doing replays is darting around the map. Both of these players must have been doing the same thing. Try and break each other at any point in this game. And as we're here, we may as well just check the economy. Daz is on 1,700, whereas Animorph is on 1,400. So Daz is technically up on economy. but I think Animorph is struggling to potentially contain him. He's trying to push through and break through these sections here. And the tanks were defeated just before destroying that energy well up there. But they did take out the town. There's a large force of infantry moving into the side here. They're trying to take out the structures of production. It is pretty much that who can take out the most production at this point. As soon as you take out those production structures, the opponent has to invest again into constructing those again, just to keep up. And these infantry have gotten quite heavily into the back here. I think he's calling in what he can to try and protect it, but I think he's going to lose at least one of those barracks for sure. I think he may lose another, but there is a good amount of infantry there to hold him back. Animorph is swarming this location. There's the defences set up here, but he's getting through them. And there's quite a lot of production that Daz may lose here. But he is bringing some tanks in. He doesn't have those productions solo. He's got a lot of productions in the back here as well. And those tanks are just coming into this section here. They may end up coming just in time to save this barracks. Along with some helicopters here, but unfortunately I just don't think it's enough that was quick enough. The interceptor was called in just as well into this area. And it's taken on the helicopters. One's heavily damaged, it's just gone down. Barracks there does go down as well. I do want to check what's going on over here. Quite a large battle. It looks like Daz is winning on the left hand side, but Animorph is pushing through hard on the right hand side as well. They're sneaking around, they're going to try and target the town. But here they're just going through in a larger force. I think they will eventually get that town, but there is enough here to do a lot of damage to those infantry. Animorph's forces are breaking through on the forest section over here. And they're slowly making their way into it. The tanks did some damage and then rushed away, but the infantry that were here have managed to take out the barracks that were in place. And these tanks have just walked by a couple of their own they could have targeted, but Daz is eventually losing these structures on this side. Animorph maybe actually be gaining some income from this, some capital. But maybe not. It looks like he's staying about the same, but Daz has increased his economy quite a lot. I think it's mostly because he's finally grabbed all the territory down here. But he's also bringing infantry up into the forest here. So while Animorph is putting a lot of pressure in this section, Daz is also trying to cut off this section over here and potentially relieve that pressure, even if it was only for a little bit. It gives him more time to potentially break through over here, which is how he's doing it. Animorph is setting up even more defenses as Daz slowly does take progress over here. And here he's bringing in infantry at the sides of these defenses via the transport boats, and they're just going to help allow these forces to push through. Whereas this side, Daz, although losing a lot of structures here, has retreated behind these lines and now has some easily defendable choke points here, especially on this section here. And he can just continuously send his forces through in this way to try and get through that section too. Over here though, the most of this defense is infantry. In fact, no, all of it is infantry. So these artillery here are going to get 3 kills unless Animorph decides to get his infantry off and try and jump on these artillery. But that's going to be very difficult in this situation. We've got helicopters even bringing in some firepower there. And these boats are going to try and cut off the supply over here of infantry. But Animorph's not giving in either. He's also breaking through the defense of Daz on this side. But the helicopters are also helping to defend, and I don't think Animorph has any SAM apart from over here. So that's why the helis are on this side instead. Something just shot across the sky. Saw a line of smoke over there. Now on this side, unfortunately for Animorph, he is losing ground much faster than Daz is on the other side. Daz is holding up some good choke points, but unfortunately Animorph's choke point is not as easy to hold. And he's got a few structures here invested that he's going to end up losing as well. So I think Daz's forces are going to end up breaking through in this section, and Animorph's just going to have to race around to try and defeat him on this side instead. Which it looks like his forces are thinning out, but this defense line is slowly falling down. There's not much in place there yet at the moment. So I think Animorph is slowly getting through here, but it's just taking him far too long compared to what's going on over here. There's quite a large group of infantry approaching this defense line, but the infantry here are trying to get to all of these defense lines and just can't quite make it there before getting overrun by the infantry of Daz. And Daz has recognised the defense, is trying to get through on this section instead, just on those sides. And more infantry are coming in through the centre point via transports and are going to easily be able to put pressure on this, which will stop the production. There we go. I was just going to quickly check the other side, but I ran out of time. And Daz has won the game. He was able to put a lot of pressure on Animorph, both players having to run across the map, trying to figure out what to do on both sides to try and break the opponents, and both found a way to break the opponent on either side. It was just unfortunate for Animorph that Daz's plan was much more effective by the looks of things. Let me know what you thought of the tournament. Daz is the winner of this tournament. The 24 T2 tournament of Line War has been won by Daz. So congratulations to Daz C. Benarin. And also congratulations to Animorph for getting this far in, and to many of the players that played throughout the videos we watched, as they all had won games to try to be there. Thank you to everyone participating, thank you for anyone who organised it, and thank you for all the viewers watching it. There are 2 videos on screen right now, feel free to click on one, and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching.